Hello, and welcome to the squat session of session 2 of USA Powerlifting's Northeast Regionals 2024.
This is Saki Mihori Aramoni.
And I am Matthew Aramoni.
On platform, Megan Frangioni is coming up. And on platform back, Prem Prakash is taking his open. Easy opener for Megan. And Jordy Porto is coming up on platform blue. Solid opener.
It looks like there's three white lights on both platforms. Really good depth of Prem.
Michelle Orlando is coming up on the blue platform. And Ryan Jung is coming up on the black platform. Nice opener for Michelle. Super fast opener for Ryan.
Pretty deep.
Trisha Hunt is now coming up on the blue platform. Actually, I think Janae is coming up now. Or Jenny, I apologize for the pronunciation. And Lee Rogers is coming up on platform black.
Very well controlled.
Solid opener for Lee. William is coming up on platform black. I know Trisha is coming up on platform blue. Trisha is squatting high bar. Oh. Let's see if William gets it.
Looks like William would have lost a little bit of tension on the descent, but otherwise it looked like it was a pretty good recovery.
June is coming up on platform blue, and Brandon Wen is coming up on platform black. opener for Brandon. Solid opener for Jimmy. Coming up on platform black is Skylar, and coming up on platform blue is Abby. Fast opener for Abby, and also very fast opener for Skylar as well.
That was a good opener for Abby. It's very controlled towards the hole. But I could see on the side draft position where that would come from. But otherwise, I think it looked great.
Emily's coming up on platform blue, and Hamilton is coming up on platform black.
That's a very unique singlet for Hamilton. Alright, let's see how these go.
Solid opener for both platforms. Oh, Emily got plates all in depth. On platform black, Brian Yan is coming up. And on platform 2, Elizabeth Yard is
He's doing a really good job of digging the bar and really making sure that there's no room for it to kind of slide or roll around on his back by pulling himself into position like that. Yeah,
solid
just
opener
a
for Brian.
phenomenal squat.
Very
And the
fast
same for
opener
Elizabeth,
Elizabeth.
very, very, very confident, controlled.
Coming up on platform black is Michael, and then coming up on platform blue is the second attempt squats, starting off with Megan.
Looks like the rack height is pretty high for Michael. It's a pretty short clearance getting it out, but it's a really nice opener.
Pretty solid second for Megan.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like a
Coming
good
up on
lift.
platform black is Avinash, and coming up on platform blue is Jody. Solid opener for Abby.
There's a little bit of stick for Jordan. Yeah. But she fought through it.
Oh, she got 2 reds. Not sure what the yellow cards mean in this case, but on platform black is Anthony. On platform blue is Michelle Orlando.
Oh, yeah, he sunk that. Look at that. All right. So for the 67s, we're already starting to approach triple body weight for openers on squat, which is very, very impressive. Davis says he just hopes everyone has fun at this meet.
Coming up on platform blue is Trisha.
Very, very good opener.
Now moving on to seconds for platform black.
I think so far we've seen really generally solid opening attempt selections from lifters on both the blue and the black platforms.
Yes, I agree. So, a bit of a sticking point for Trisha. Oh, she got one red light for depth, but she got 2 white lights, so it's a good lift. We have Prem again on platform black. We have Jimmy on platform blue.
He's got a lot of intensity. That's a great squat. He says that his son is an MMA fighter and is handling him today.
Wow.
So hopefully you don't have any trouble with any of the referees later in the session.
Wow, that was a good fight. 3 white lights.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Ginny does in her third.
Ryan Jung on platform black, and Emily is retaking her opener. Very fast second for Ryan.
Yeah. He has a bit of a wider stance, which is not as typical for some of the 67.5s. So it's nice to see kind of that variation.
The speed was fast for Emily's squat. Let's see what the judges say. Oh,
Yep, and it looks
lift,
like a good
yeah.
lift.
Abby's coming up on platform blue. Lee is on platform black at the moment.
Abby asks if we can shout out to her papa who is watching the meet with her gram. So, hello. Hopefully you're enjoying the lifting so far.
Good lift for Lee.
All right.
Good second attempt for
Yep.
Abby. William is on platform black. Really do like the all-white outfit. Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue.
Yes, and it looks like Elizabeth had an American record.
Wow.
And she had a tougher meet at her collegiate nationals run, so she's hoping that she does better and redeems herself at this meet. It looks like she's doing pretty good so far.
Yeah. Oh. William missed his second. And Brandon's coming up on platform black.
Well, it looks
Solid
like
start.
Elizabeth's on track to have a really good meet today.
Megan is on platform blue, starting the third attempts. Very fast second for
He's
Brandon.
got quite a bit to spare, I think, for his third attempt.
For sure. Skylar is coming up on platform black. Megan has a pretty low bar.
Yeah, she does. That's a very, very low lower
Yeah.
position, and you don't normally see that in combination with the stance of that width, so it is really a unique squat.
Okay.
But it's obviously working really well for her because 3 for 3, you can't do any better than that.
That is true.
All right, very smooth for Skylar. He says that his best squat in preparation was 170. It looks like he's tracking to jump about 10 between his attempts, so I think that he should set himself up nicely for a PR in his third if all things go well.
Hamilton is coming up on platform black. Jody is actually taking 127.5 for her third.
Okay, so he's going to go for tie PR. Okay. All right, let's see how Jody is. All right.
Oh. Oh.
Well, it looks like she
She
may have
might-
lost balance.
Yes.
Here comes our very uniquely simulated friend. Let's see.
It's a pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a good second
yeah.
attempt at move, pretty smooth.
Michelle is
Let's
coming
see
up
how-
on platform blue.
Hamilton. So,
And Brian Yan is coming up on platform black. It's a very solid attempt on Michelle's part.
and it's a good lift. That looks like it was a PR for Michelle from her last competition. That's a good track. She says it's her first year competing, so we'll like to see the positive trajectory.
Trisha Hunt is coming up on platform blue.
So Hamilton looks like he's taking a conservative jump for his third attempt squat. He may be saving himself a bit for later.
Fast second attempt for Brian.
This will be a 5 kilo meat PR for Trisha.
Just a
Yeah, you know what? You gotta go for it when
Yep.
you're in competition. That's the place to set a
For
PR.
sure. Michael is coming up on platform black. And Jeannie is coming up on platform blue. Solid
A
second
little
attempt
bit
for
of
Mike.
a grind. It looks like Michael weighed in right on the limit. So he may be dealing with some of the remnants of a weight cut, which I have some experience going through.
That was a good
Yeah,
fight
it
on
was.
Jeannie's part. Avinash is coming up on platform black. That was again a good solid second attempt.
Yep.
Emily is coming up on platform blue.
So this right here will already be a PR for Anthony.
Wow.
2.5 over his competition best. So we'll see how he takes this.
Good spot on Emily. For Anthony, wouldn't this be a new Rhode Island Open 67.5 record as well?
And it's a good lift. So we'll see what he goes up to. Oh.
Davis is coming up on platform black, and Abby is coming up on platform blue.
So this it'll also be a PR for Abby in terms of competition. 5 kilos over, and it'll match her best squat in the gym. So
Very
we'll see
solid
how it
walk.
goes. Oh, it's very smooth.
Smooth.
She definitely had a little bit more in the tank, but honestly, it's good to hold a little bit back.
Good spot from Davis as well. And then coming up on platform 2, or platform blue is Elizabeth, and coming on platform black is Prem, leading the third attempts on platform black.
So Elizabeth says she's dealing with a knee injury, but it seems like it's not really affecting her too much today. Maybe she's favoring her right side a bit more, but you really don't notice too much in terms of, guarding behavior. She's descending, anything like that. So I think it's in good shape for the rest of the competition. And squats now out of the way, 3 for 3. So nice to see there.
Solid third attempt from Prem. Then on platform blue, we have Heidi coming up for her opening squat. And then on platform black, we have Ryan.
So this will be a 5-kilo meet PR for Ryan, it looks
Heidi
like.
got 3 red plates, and I'm not too sure what happened there. Solid third for Ryan.
Yeah. This is very nicely called.
Tina is coming up on platform blue, and Lee is coming up on platform black.
So this will tie Lee's gym PR squat. This will be a meet PR squat.
Very fast opener for Tina. Oh, she got 2 red plates. One of them might be for up and down.
Good girl.
Platform blue, we have Shelby coming up.
Well, it looks like they got Lee for depth.
Brandon is coming up on platform black. Easy opener for Shelby. That was still a pretty solid fight from Brandon.
That was a very good attempt. That's always a tough position. Sometimes it is better just to let the spotters take it, especially because you don't want to tax those kind of muscle groups when you have deadlifts coming down the road.
Shelly is coming up on platform 2, and Skylar is on platform black. Good opener for Shelly. Very good third attempt for Skylar.
So that was quite an opener for Shelly. It looks like that was 2.5 kilos under her gym PR.
Really?
So
Some people
it looks like she's going to go for some pretty substantial pushing of the numbers today.
Hamilton is on platform black, and Elizabeth is on platform blue. Very good opener for Elizabeth.
Hamilton looks like he's getting very locked in. He's eyeing down the bar.
Kayla is coming up on platform blue. A little too heavy for Hamilton.
Yeah. It looked like he slowed his ascent just a little bit as he got near the hole. We might have been trying to get a little bit more depth just to make it pretty convincing. And sometimes that can just throw the momentum and the balance off on the lift just a tiny bit. But I think it was a very good attempt.
Fast opener for Tina.
Yeah, it's a great opener. A very interesting single.
Might be from Naruto.
Yeah. All right.
Brian is on platform black, and Brianna's coming up on platform blue.
It's interesting. Looks like he has the rack in, but on one side. Oh.
Ooh, that was a good fight for
Yup.
Brian.
And just kind of getting back to what I was talking about earlier about the 67s and the wider stance and more narrow stance. Usually, I was a 67. We have a bit smaller circumference in the leg, so it does kind of give us a little bit more leverage to push off of when the stance is closer, like we saw there. I think that it's helpful.
Hannah is coming up on platform blue, and Michael is coming up on platform black. Solid opener for him.
He's got it. He's got it. Yup.
Wow.
There we go. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah.
It was a good fight.
It was a very good call.
Fight. April is coming up on platform blue, and Avinash is coming up on platform black.
So it looks like April's coming down a class today, and she says she's changed her training routine a bit, just for a bit more balance, but she has quite a bit of experience, and it shows there, because that was a very, very good opener.
Fortunately, Avinash missed the third. We're back on the top of the fight for platform blue, and Anthony is taking his third attempt on platform black.
This will be a 7.5 kilo meet PR for Anthony. That was excellent. There's really not much you can say other
He
than
does
that.
have a pretty
A
narrow
very
stance.
good.
Good second opener. Davis is coming up on platform black, and Tina is coming up on platform blue.
This will match Davis's best squat in preparation for this competition. It is a little under his lifetime best, so I think this should be a pretty good go for him. A good.
That was a good fight. Very easy attempt on Tina. On platform black, we are starting a new fight with David. And then
Looks like we have an American record attempt on new platform for Shelby on her second attempt.
very solid walkout.
it looks like she's going to push that American record up a bit more on her third attempt.
David is on platform black. That was a good opener for David. Shelly is on platform blue. And Philip is coming up on platform black.
Philip wants to tell us that he's old, and his daughter is also a powerlifter, and he trains out of Odyssey Barbell Club. I appreciate his sense of humor.
Elizabeth is coming up on
Oh,
platform blue.
very nice opener.
Miles is coming up on platform black. Very good second attempt on Elizabeth. Fast opener for Miles.
Yeah, he's opening fairly close to his competition
Wow.
PR, so he might be looking to set himself up for pretty nice performance today if he can keep that momentum moving forward. And it's always encouraging to see an opener move that quickly.
Taylor is coming up on platform blue. And then
So this will tie Taylor's comp PR on squat. Let's see. Oh, very nice.
very nice. And then Ogden. If I am mispronouncing the names, I truly am very apologetic. That
It
was
looks
a
like
good
Ogden is squatting in a high bar position, which is not super common to see in
Brianna
powerlifting.
is coming up on platform blue, and Anthony is coming up on platform black. Good second for
Oh
Brianna.
yeah, it's a very good second.
Fast opener for Anthony. Hannah is coming up on platform blue, and Andy is coming up on platform black.
Good.
Solid second for Hannah. Oh, she got 3 rep plates.
Looks like yellow cards. Interesting. Maybe it was for
Commands.
locking out of the knees or yeah. Oh yeah, it's commands, yeah.
April's coming up on platform blue. Good opener for Andy.
Yeah, he'll just have to be a little careful with the depth. It looks like he really controls descent, and sometimes you can give a little bit of ambiguity about where you're hitting the hole when you're doing that.
Solid second for April. And then on platform black, we have Dennis coming on.
Looks like Dennis
fighting.
has a daughter that's competing in the teen division here.
Dennis unfortunately missed that attempt on depth.
Oh, it's alright. He'll come back. It looked like it was a pretty smooth attempt, so there's always room to come back and sink it a little bit more.
That was a solid third for Heidi.
Yeah, and a good recovery. We always like to
Yes.
see that. It's always wise if you miss the opener, just retake it,
Yes.
unless it's some extraordinary circumstance.
Chris is coming up on platform black, and Tina is coming up on platform blue. Easy opener for Chris. Wow, that was an easy third for Tina.
Yep.
Lucas is coming up on platform black.
Lucas says that he turned 18 2 days ago.
Wow.
So happy birthday to him. Oh my
Wow, very
goodness.
fast opener. Shelby is coming up on platform blue. And then Nigel is coming up on platform black.
Nice
That
for
was a very
Shelby.
good third.
And 3 white lights.
Shelly is coming up on platform blue.
Alright, it looks like Nigel recovered. There was just a little bit of loss of balance on the walkout, but very, very smooth for that opener. So, should be fine.
David's coming up on platform black.
She's got herself in a good position. She was able to get her hips kind of underneath the bar, so she has a bit more leverage. I think that should be okay.
Guess one was up
But
and
it was a
down.
really good fight.
It was a very good fight. David is coming up on platform black. David is a 52-kilogram lifter. And Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue. It's quite a grind for Dave. Great lift for Elizabeth. Philip is coming up on platform black. And Kayla is coming up on platform blue.
Yeah, it looks like Elizabeth got a PR on that last squat competition where this is 2.5 kilos up. So that's a good way to round out that event. I love Philip's socks.
I just noticed that.
He's doing a very good job of taking his time, just getting himself in a good spot. He's got the thumbless grip, which, you know, can let you wedge it a little bit nicer, I find, so. Here we go.
Fortunately, Taylor missed it.
And it was a good catch by the spotters and loaders here. They're doing a really, really nice job of keeping lifters safe.
Good second hook. Brianna and Oakland are coming up next.
It's a very, very nicely controlled squat for Brianna.
High bar for open. April is coming up on platform blue. Very good second attempt. Miles is coming up on platform black.
And I think the same thing can really be said by April in terms of really trying to get yourself into a very nice, stable position before you even take the bar off the rack. You can really see that she's got a lot of experience with these comp lifts and a really good fight.
That was a good third attempt for April. Good second attempt on Miles. A little bit of a stick and poke, but still very good attempt. Hannah is coming up on platform blue, and Anthony is coming up on platform black.
So it looks like Hannah's best squat in training at this meet was 163.5. So this is a pretty substantial jump over that for the meet. 12.5 up from the second. So it is a pretty aggressive go. But let's see. It looks like she fought through. And it's 3 white lights. It looks like a 20 kilo comp PR squat too. So just a tremendous.
An easy second from Anthony. We're starting the third flight on the blue platform. Starting off with Kristen on platform blue.
All right, and then we'll just take a look at Dennis. It looks like his opener was unsuccessful. He's gone up 5, which it's a gamble. But I admire people that take that gamble.
Easy opener for Kristen.
It might be a little tight on depth. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the front and one of the side judges called out on depth. Shayla is on platform blue, and Andy is coming up on platform.
Very good opener for Shayla.
Very good opener. Very controlled walkout on Andy's part.
Yep.
Taryn is coming up on platform blue. Very fast opener from Taryn. Good second
Yeah, it
attempt
looks
on
like it's on
Andy.
the same side,
Yes.
but you just need 2 whites, so.
Chris is on platform black, and Emily is on platform blue.
Emily asks if we can say hello to her son Mason and her husband Doug who are watching the live stream. So hello to both of you. Oh, and that was just a blindingly fast opener. And 3 white lights.
Good second attempt on Chris.
Yep. So
Lucas.
Dennis has kept his squat the same from second to third, which I think is a very smart call on the black platform.
Alyssa is on platform 2. Lucas is on platform black. Lucas had a very fast opener, so
Yeah.
let's see how the second will go. Still lightning fast.
Yeah. they're gonna have to jump his third attempt by quite a bit to put a little bit of a dampener on that speed.
And good opener for Alyssa. Elizabeth is coming on platform blue, and Nigel is coming up on platform black.
Elizabeth says that she's self-coached. She's fairly new to powerlifting and got into it from her friend Emily, but she hasn't been able to compete with her friends since then. Hopefully they'll be able to keep it up in the future. Very nice bracing for Nigel. And you can see when he kind of takes it out, he's not really taking too many steps or anything like that. It's nice controlled. He's not wasting that energy. That's really what you want to do.
Very solid opener for Elizabeth. That was very fast.
All right, here comes Philip.
Coming on the blue platform is Brittany.
Philip says he's dealing with some elbow injuries, so that could make some explanation for the thumbless grip, because it can help kind of put your arms in a bit nicer position. Usually it takes a little bit to straighten out the wrists, but I could see how it could help with the elbows. He's got a pretty wide grip too, so that'll help with that.
Brittany's squatting high bar.
Yeah.
Solid opener. Three white weights.
Oh, look, that's just a great fight.
And 3 white lights on Philip as well. On platform 2 is Leanne, and on platform black is Open.
Leanne says she's the mom of 10 kiddos, and that her daughter is also competing today.
Wow.
Yeah. Interesting. So it almost looks like Ogden isn't squatting high bar or low bar. It's almost like a middle position, where when he's setting up, he's pulling himself into a lower position, and then he moves the bar just a bit higher and gets a good shelf. It's a very unique squat style. There's only a few people I've seen that really do that, but it works really nicely for him. It's very cool to see.
Then we have Rebecca on platform blue. And we'll have Miles coming up on platform black. Rebecca's not wearing any knee sleeves.
Yeah.
Very good opener. Oh. She jumped the rack command, unfortunately. And Nikki is coming up on platform blue.
It looked to me like Miles might have lost just a bit of tension getting down to depth. And that can also be an issue you can run into when you have a wider stance like that. And I think it made it a little more difficult for him coming up out of the hole like that. But he does such a an excellent job normally kind of getting himself in a good position and pulling back up and out. So I think in the future it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Good opener for Nikki.
Yep, nice and smooth.
Anthony is now on platform black. Good, fast third attempt for Anthony.
Yeah. It says that he's representing Team Kang. I don't know if that's Alexander Kang. But if it is
coming up on
nice
platform
guy.
blue. Dennis needs this squat to stay in the knee.
Yes. He's been competing for. he's been competing for about 8 years now, so he's definitely very experienced
opener on Jessica. Now we have Maria on platform blue.
He's getting himself into a good position. He's taking his time. I think the depth looked much more convincing on this attempt.
But let's see what the, oh. Fortunately, side judges called him out on deck.
But it was a very, it was a measured approach. I think he did a really good job of trying to make the recovery for that.
Sure.
And, honestly, all the squats move pretty smoothly. So in terms of for the future, I don't think that it's too much of a difficult adjustment for him.
It's not a very...
That was a very, very nice opener for Maria.
And Andy is on platform black.
So we'll see if Andy has more of that slow, measured descent on this third squat like his opener and second. Yep.
Kristen is coming up on platform blue. And Chris is coming up on platform black.
So this will be in a 2.5 kilo PR for Chris on the black platform.
Very solid second attempt for Kristen. Shayla is coming up on platform blue.
Very nice.
Good fight on Chris's part.
All right, here comes Lucas. It looks like they jumped him 12.5. So his last two have just been absolutely lightning fast. We'll see how this third one moves.
Taryn is coming up on platform blue.
So this looks to be a meet PR already for Taryn on her second attempt. She's made some pretty sizable progress in training leading up to now.
Lucas.
And she says that her two nephews are competing here tomorrow. So hopefully she's going to set a really nice example for them. And it looks like she's doing it already because that was a beautiful second attempt.
Nigel is coming up on platform black and Emily is coming up on platform blue.
I like the intensity that Nigel has when he's approaching this. He's eyeing down the bar. He's getting everything tight. He's getting everything locked in. He's wedging himself into the bar really well. These are, I think, all the things that you like to see. This is going to be, it looks to be, give or take 5 kilo PR right here. Actually, 7.5 kilo PR for this best
second
comp.
for Emily.
So let's see how it goes. Oh, this is tremendous.
Upcoming is Elizabeth, jumping 7.5 kilograms from her opener.
It looks like for the morning, or not the morning, the session 2, this afternoon session, Nigel's now moved into third position on squat by scoring overall. So that was a nice fight.
Henry is coming up on platform black. Very solid attempt from Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Fast opener from Henry. Now on platform 2, we'll have Alyssa coming up. Do like how her hair matches her shirt.
Yeah, it says that she's a rainbow hair artist,
Wow.
and she travels to do education for that kind of service. She's
That's
pretty new to
impressive.
powerlifting, and she's a cat mom. So already I'm a big fan.
Yes, and very solid second attempt on.
Yep. Which looks to be 15 kilos over her comp PR already. So again, a lot of these lifters are on their second attempts even, pushing themselves above where they'd been previously, which, I mean, it just speaks to how fast this sport is increasing across the board.
Fast opener for Garrett.
Yeah, very nice opener.
And Rebecca is attempting her opener again, but she missed on beating the rack command, unfortunately.
I think they wanted to ruin that. She has a very, very wide grip. She might actually benefit if they could turn the uprights inwards just so she could have a little bit more clearance for her hands. But it's nice and smooth.
It was nice and smooth.
And it
I'm
looks
also
like a
very
good lift.
impressed since she has no knee sleeves on.
Yeah,
Cedric is on platform black.
I certainly could not
Oh,
perform a squat in competition without my sleeve.
neither can I. I think my knees would crack, snapple, and pop if I tried to do that. Brittany is coming up on platform blue. Good opener for Cedric. Henry Lee is coming up on platform black.
Very good second for Brittany. So it looks like Henry has the New Zealand single. We saw the Ireland single earlier. I'm wondering where these lifters are getting these international SPD singlets from. They must have a connection.
Leanne is coming up on platform blue.
Very fast opener. It looks like Henry might have set the bar a little bit off center on his back, but it looks like he controlled it really well nonetheless.
Alexander is coming up on platform black.
Oh, very, very
fast
fast second
second.
attempt for Leanne. And it looks like that's 2.5 over her comp PR, so
Wow.
she's going to have room to move that up quite a bit today.
Good opener for Alexander. And now Uke is coming up on platform blue. Definitely gained momentum towards the top of the lift, but good second attempt
Yep.
for Nikki. Now, Matthew is coming up on platform black. And Jessica is coming up on platform blue.
Alright, let's see how Matthew takes this.
Good opener for Matthew. Very smooth second for Jessica. Platform black, we have Dara coming up. And then on platform blue, we have Maria coming up.
Darth, I'd like to shout out to Blueprint Strength. So if anyone from their team is watching, he says hello.
Kevin is
It was
coming
a
up.
very nice opener for him, and it looked like it was pretty close to his best squat in training. So I like to see that camp sometimes where they
And
save everything for the meet.
good second for Maria. Kevin is coming up. And so is Kristen. Solid opener for Kevin.
Yep.
Now we're on our thirds on platform blue. Dylan is coming up on platform black.
This will be 7.5 kilo PR squat for Kristen. She tied her comp PR.
That was fast.
Yep. And there she goes. She got her PR. It was very nice. So it looks like Dylan is another one of the lifters that we're seeing today that has the upright in on one side. It's a curious thing. I would be interested to know the sort of rationale.
Shayla is coming up on platform blue.
But it was a very, very smooth opening squat. Interesting. It's like a mirror of Andy's situation.
Tyler is coming up on platform black. Although, I'm not sure what's happening on platform blue.
Looks like Tyler is opening already over triple body weight on squat.
I guess they
Which
have
is
to
just tremendous.
Shayla is coming up. Squatting hybrid. Very smooth third attempt for Shayla.
Good opener for Tyler.
Emily is coming up on platform blue, and Henry is coming up on platform black.
This is very impressive. Emily said that she has primary immunodeficiency. She's been given some infusions bi-weekly. She had bronchitis just last weekend. So here she is competing a week later.
That is impressive.
And from the looks of things, PRing her comp squat.
Very
So
well.
really very impressive. Very, very tough, very resilient.
We have Henry setting up for his second attempt. And we'll have Taryn coming up on platform blue.
That's a great second.
Smooth third for Taryn.
Yeah, that was a great third attempt. 12 and a half over her
Wow.
comp PR.
Cedric is coming up on platform black, and Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue.
It looks like every squat that Cedric has taken so far has been a PR in terms of competition. Very close to his gym PR, so you can really see, I think that's why he's calming himself down, getting focused, taking his time with everything he's doing today, which is a very, I think, excellent idea.
Also, good third for Elizabeth. Upcoming next, we have Alyssa on platform blue and Garrick on platform black.
Oh, it looks like Alyssa might have lost just a little bit of tension right as she hit the hole. But it was a very good catch by the spot.
Good attempt from Garrett. Next, we'll have Henry on platform black. We'll have Leanne on platform blue. Good second attempt for Henry.
Yeah.
Very fast.
Yeah, that was a very, very fast third attempt. And it's another one of the lifters today that we're seeing. It has a really smooth third. That's a pretty sizable competition PR, which I think is honestly a huge confidence boost just going forward into the meet. When your squat goes really well, it's a all-time best, and it just kind of ramps and snowballs moving forward.
Yes. Alexander's on platform black, and we have Brittany Smith on platform blue. Very smooth second attempt for Alexander.
It's another one of those squats that leaves just nothing to doubt. It's just super deep, super controlled.
Was a solid attempt.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges say. Yeah. She might be so controlled that she's descending into the hole that it might be cutting her off just a little bit from being able to hit quite that last bit of depth. But she did a good job. It was a really nice fight. Very, very measured at the top.
Oh. Fortunately,
Very good catch by the spotters there.
Very easy third for Rebecca. Gareth is coming.
Excellent. And looks like 15 kilos for her competition best. And no sleeves to boot, so just great work.
Gareth is coming up on platform black, and Nike is coming up on platform blue.
He has a very pretty squat. That's just a joy to watch.
What a fight from Nike, and she got it. Deadlift, good third attempt. Kevin is coming up on platform black, and on platform blue, we have Jessica. Solid second from Kevin. Very smooth third from Jessica. On platform black, we have Dylan. And on platform blue, we have Maria.
210 for a third.
is also very
Yeah.
fast from Rena as well.
It looks like it's just a hair under her top PR, but she got it nice and good, 3 for 3. Plenty of room to move forward into the meet.
We finished squats on platform blue, so now we just have platform black left. We have Tyler coming up.
This will be 2.5 over his best comp squat.
It's a very strong squat for 75. Second attempt, bit of a sticky point, but still a very good
We'll
attempt.
see what he puts in for his third, but that will move him into first overall for this session for the squat scoring.
We're back on the top of the flight, starting the third squat attempt. We have Henry coming up.
So Tyler will increase by 5 kilos for his third squat.
Smooth attempt. Cedric is coming up for his third attempt. I think this is also another one of the cases where one of the stands is pushed in.
It looks like Cedric is another blueprint strength lifter. So that makes 2 for the session. Yeah, it's a really unique decision. I think it might just be down to how the bar normally sits on the lifter's back.
Yeah. Or if they finish the lift and if one side is a little lower than the
Yeah,
other.
has a tendency to tip. It was a great third attempt. And a 15 kilo PR from his last meet, so just great.
We have Garrick coming up on platform black. See NUPL, Northeastern University Powerlifting shirt.
Very
Good fight. Coming up, we have Henry Lee.
This is another lifter going for a pretty sizable competition PR. This time 10 kilos. He's a very efficient kind of transition from his setup to his walkout to this starting position. Just that, it's like almost a one step. It's really nice to see something like that. It really does just does help kind of conserve energy, make sure you're in a really nice position when you're getting ready to start the lift. Sometimes when you're taking like 2 or 3 or 4 steps back, it can get a little hairy.
Matthew is retaking his second.
Matthew says he has no injuries, but that TSP Chris says that he's bad and his spirits have been broken ever since. So hopefully he can get this third attempt squat and get his spirits somewhat mended. Oh! It was a good fight.
It was a good fight. Coming up is Alexander.
What's good for Matthew is he got his opener. He's in the meet still.
Yes.
You can always make up a lot of ground when you come back for bench and deadlift.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a bit too much.
Yeah. We're probably just miscoordinated at the hole. Sometimes that happens to me.
Yup.
Next up we have Darth.
Looks like we have another blueprint lifter, just based on what I'm seeing from their shirt. It was just a bit too much.
It's a good
He
fight.
does a really good job though. Even when you saw him get pinned down in that position, keeping his knees really well pushed out, trying to keep his hips under the bar, keeping himself in a really stacked and upright position. That's a very hard skill to learn. So if he can keep that discipline, I think his squat is just going to go to unbelievable places because it is very, very nice to watch.
We have Kevin coming up.
This is another one of the lifters making a very sizable increase in their comp PR today. Another 10 kilos and just excellent. It's really nice to see these lifters being able to hit these PRs, not really burn up the gas tank too much. They're nice and smooth, so it gives them kind of the energy and the momentum going forward. I really like to see that.
Yeah. Definitely is, strategy.
Yeah, it shows that they're making really sound, really mature attempts.
Dylan coming up.
And this one's even a bigger increase. This is 17.5 kilos at her best in comp. So just very large jumps.
Good job getting out of that sticking point. Next we have Tyler. If I can read the text on his shirt, he is from Chunky Monkey Strength, which is based off of Connecticut.
Yes. Yep.
Very, very good fight.
It's always a really scary position to be kind of trapped right in that area. I feel you almost have to make a mental decision whether or not you want to go for it. So it's always good to see someone
It's
get
always
through
very
that.
impressive to see someone
Yeah,
be able to kind of push out of that position. Definitely is a mental thing at that point.
yeah, definitely. But Tyler, I will say, also has a tremendous deadlift, and the deadlifting crowd generally have some strength in their back to make it out of a position like that. I know that personally, I think that's helped me at times. So it's good to see that it's pulled through for him as well. But it looks like the morning, or not the morning, the squat session went pretty well. Tyler took a pretty sizable lead in points overall in terms of just the standings overall for squat with a very tremendous third attempt. And then it's
Let's
nice
see.
to see.
Is that just the men's list that you have up there?
Yeah, so right now it looks like we can't see the standings of the women's lifters that were in this session because the morning sessions, women's lifters are ported into this leaderboard. So we only can really look at how the standings for squat are for these men's lifters after this session. But overall, I thought that the attempt selection looked really good. It was really
Yes.
nice to see so many people setting meet PRs
Yes.
without
Substantial
really,
PRs
yeah,
even.
nice healthy PRs without really having to expend too much at a tank. I think that it just shows really that people here today are making some very good attempt
Yes.
selections based, a lot of these look like they're based on the meet or the gym performance. Um, the jumps, everything looks really nice. So we'll see how things shape up moving out of squatting into bench.
bench session.
Yes.
A pretty short break, but we have Abby opening up with 75 kilos.
So bench is not my best lift,
But it is my
but
first.
Saki has one of the most tremendous bench setups that I've ever seen. So I will defer to having her give some of her kind of critiques or thoughts about some of the technical sides of things here. But it was a very nice opener for Abby.
Good opening for Abby. Now we have Jeannie coming up. The fact that the starting opener weight for this flight is 75 kilos is absolutely insane. These
Yeah.
women are very, very strong. Well, fortunately, it was a little too heavy for Ginny.
I could be incorrect, but to me it looks like she might have just slightly overtucked her elbows just a tiny bit on
Potentially.
that one, and it might have kind of pulled them a little bit out of position.
Yes.
But I think that she should be able to make a pretty easy correction
Yes.
for the second attempt and come back and just smoke it.
Yeah, sometimes bench is very finicky. Sometimes it doesn't move, but then 5 minutes later it moves at RPE 5. A little bit of an up and down, I think.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges have to say.
Oh,
Okay, so
unfortunately,
she'll be
yes.
back.
Up next is Elizabeth.
It seems that Elizabeth had some difficulties on bench in her last competition. It was equipped, so it is a different kind of animal than raw benching. So we'll see. I think this will be a big kind of make or break in terms of her confidence, how she's going to be handling in terms of this comeback now.
Yes, and she's wearing a belt on bench. Very solid opener for her.
I think she'll be happy with that.
Yes.
The kind of anxieties, all that about bench, out the window. I know for me, bench is usually the lift I'm most nervous about in competition because even the equipment itself, just a slight variation between meets can make it feel really different than even how
Yes.
it is in training.
Yeah, even though it's my favorite lift, it's still the most kind of nerve-wracking lift in a meet. Just because, for me personally, I'm always so scared of the press command because
Yes.
I'm just scared that I'm gonna have to hold the bar onto my chest for a really, really long time.
So here comes Emily. She's opening at 90, which is already an enormous bench, and she's benched 100 in competition before.
Wow.
And that was a very,
Yes.
very nice opener.
We have Megan coming up for, I guess their second attempt. Because
Yeah.
the bench has started already. Um, we also have bench starting up for the black platform as well. But
Megan says in some of her lifter information that she's dropped 100 pounds in 3 weight classes over the past 2 years.
Wow.
So she's done a really excellent job. Bench press is one of the lifts that's more effective with body weight, and she's
For
really
sure.
maintained a lot of her strength. It's very impressive.
Good second for Megan.
Yes. Yeah, it was. There's nothing really you could say. That's great.
terms of your last point about equipment being different, especially for me since I'm a very technical bench presser, that really does affect me. For example, I feel like the TSS rack is a little higher than like other racks I've been benched on, such as Rogue, Alico.
Yep.
For me personally, that does kind of, I guess, I don't know, mess up with my psyche sometimes.
So it's like Jody's brought out the bench blocks, which I think honestly can be super helpful to some people, just because it is that situation where the bench being a little bit higher off the ground can kind of mess with you, especially in terms for me keeping my butt down.
Oh,
It looks like
well,
she might have got something because there was that double kind of
yes.
jump as she was descending.
Although usually shouldn't call her like that. I'm not too sure.
All right, here comes Ryan.
Here comes Ryan. Because a lot of Japanese bench pressers do the thing where after they get the start command, they retract their
Yep.
scapula, so it looks like they're pausing 2 times down on the descent. So I'm not sure
I,
if that was the case with her.
yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how the second goes. Or the third.
Good
Good
attempt
left
at
for Michelle.
and
And let's see how Prem takes his opening bench. Very fast opener. Looks like that's just the hair under his best bench in training for an opener. So he's going to be doing some pretty big things today.
Jeannie is opening or repeating her opener. Wait. We'll have to.
From her opener to her second, it does look like she's got her elbows flared a bit more. So I think that she's making some of the adjustments she needs to. I think that, she's kept her opener the same, which is very smart.
Yes.
Her third attempt, we'll see how things end up shaping out.
Good opener for Skylar. Trisha is also opening or repeating her opener.
Oh, she's fighting.
She was bouncing the bar on the chest a little bit, hence why she got a really long press command.
Yeah.
Hopefully on her third.
One of the important things to note is it's not how long the bar is on the chest, it's if the bar is motionless or not in terms of when these lifters are getting the press command.
Yes.
Very smooth opener for Michael. Michael is a runner outside of powerlifting, which is quite a combination.
Abby is taking her second. Solid second attempt. Hamilton in the Irish singlet is taking his opener.
Hamilton wants to say hello to the CBC boys he trains with daily. This is the biggest meet that he's done so far. It's always nice making that step up in competition from the local to the regional to the national level, so we'll see. That was a very nice opener too.
Elizabeth is on platform. Blue, only making a 2.5 kilo jump. I know for a lot of us, a 2.5 kilo jump can actually feel very big.
Yeah. Bench press can definitely be one of those lifts where you add just a little bit, and it doesn't improve. It changes a few RPE points instantly.
Yes. And
But it was
a
a really
good
smooth. I
rinse,
didn't
it
really
was,
notice too
yeah.
much of a difference
No.
between the opener and the second attempt. So maybe she's saving something for deadlift.
Brian on platform black. Very fast opener.
Yeah.
Emily on platform blue.
I'm not much of a connoisseur when it comes to arching, but to me it looked like Brian has quite a substantial arch
yes.
on him, which I always find very impressive. You know, I think that it is honestly a sign of technical mastery when a lifter's got the big arch and everything is stable, locked in on the bench. A little bit of a fight for Emily,
Looks like a pretty solid attempt.
but
Lift is good.
lift is good.
Good attempt on me. Megan is coming up on platform blue, and Brandon is coming up on platform black. Megan is taking her third and final attempt on bench. Solid third
Yeah,
attempt.
very, very good attempt.
Jody is going to need her third bench attempt to stay in the meet.
Good opener for Brandon. All right, so it looks like Jody needs this bench to stay in the meet. I'm pulling for her. She's another home gym lifter, so
That
like
looked
Kindred
pretty easy.
Soul.
Oh,
Yeah, she may have jumped commands.
yeah. Oh, she, unfortunately. Hopefully we will see her on the deadlifts.
Yeah, I think honestly with commands it's a learning experience.
It
And there can always be a little bit more anxiety when you start coming into these higher level competitions.
Yes.
So I think it should be fine. Should be back. It wasn't a strength issue, nothing like that. So you can always make those corrections just with a bit more practice.
Okay, we have Avinash on platform black and Michelle on platform blue.
These are some big opener benches
For
for
67.
67.5 lifters especially. I mean, we're starting to creep into double body weight opener territory.
Oh, Michelle
Oh, it was a
missed
good fight.
third, but she was. She did take a 7.5 kilo jump, which is very substantial. Avinash looks like he has a pretty good arch.
His very technical setup. I really like the way he kind of walks
Yes.
himself back onto his straps like that.
That is a very good opener. Very
Yeah.
technically sound bench. Ginny also needs this third bench to stay in the meet.
Yeah, in her second, it looks like she made some technical adjustments from her opener. So I think the confidence is there.
For sure.
Let's see.
Let's see. Oh,
It might have been just a bit too much on the day.
yes. Again, bench can be finicky in
Here
that
comes
sense.
Davis. A very nice, very fast opener bench.
Trisha also needs this third bench to stay in the meet.
Oh, this is nice. She says that she's competing with her daughter, Shayla.
Oh. That is very sweet.
She's taken this bench in competition before, so it is definitely within her capacity.
Yes. She just needs to. She's almost got
I
it.
think she's got it. I think she's got it. That is just that's how you stick with it.
That is a great comeback.
And Anthony as well.
Yeah.
These last three benchers in particular for the 67.5 class have just had exceptional setups, exceptional control. They're very, very strong bench pressers. So I think it'll be very exciting to see how far these lifters start taking it.
We have Abby coming up on platform blue and Prem coming up on platform black.
This will tie Abby's comp PR bench. She's already PR'd her squat, so it looks like the total PR will be moving in the right direction. Prem is a Masters 3 lifter.
Very, very good third attempt from Abby.
Wow.
Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue.
This will tie Prem's best bench in training. It will exceed his best bench in competition.
And he's got it.
Yeah. It's always really incredible for me to see the Masters 3 lifters going. And he's still making progress. He's still pushing things ahead. I think that honestly, that's very inspirational.
That is very inspirational. Gives me hope for the future as well.
Yes, definitely.
Good fight on Elizabeth's
Yeah.
part. And very fast second for Ryan.
I think she's having the day that she wanted to have. She wanted to have a kind of, she said, a turnaround from last meet, and you can't do any better than that.
Emily is on platform blue and Skylar is on platform black.
So this is just a bit under Emily's comp PR. She had a little bit of issue with some stability and some sticky point on her second, but I think she's gonna fight through and get this on her third.
It's also a good second attempt from Skylar.
Yeah.
Now we have Michael and Tina coming up. Solid second from Michael.
Yeah.
Hamilton is on platform black.
He's got a pretty elaborate setup.
Tina has a pretty narrow grip.
Yeah.
Good luck for Tina.
I think that it's always interesting seeing the lifters that elect to take a more narrow grip versus the lifters that have the almost the max width as wide as you can go. I think it really is the difference between the lifters that are choosing to maximize leverage versus lifters that are choosing to kind of maximize just the overall positioning, be able to stack everything up, get everything underneath the bar. It certainly is just kind of a personal preference thing.
Heidi is coming up on platform blue, and Ryan is coming up on platform black. Heidi also has a pretty narrow grip as well.
Yeah.
Good opener.
Very, very fast opener. Well, it looks like Brian might have hit the
hooks?
uprights. Yeah, the hooks while he was taking that
still,
out. But a good lift, yeah.
Lift on his part. Shelly is on platform blue, and Lee will be coming on platform black. Shelly also has a very narrow grip. Solid opener. And Lee also looks like he has a pretty substantial arch.
Yes.
No wrist wraps as well.
Yeah. Very controlled pause on his chest. They don't really have any questions about
No,
whether or
not
not
at
they need to
all.
give him a press command. It's
Yes.
basically he touches and boom,
Yep.
which is really what I think you should aim to
Yes.
want to do if you want to maximize your bench press in competition.
Yes. Tila also looks like she has a pretty substantial arch as well.
Look, yeah, and again, it's just another one of the lifters that has such a nice, clean
Yes.
touch.
Yes. Brandon is coming up on platform black, and Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue.
And I think that's really one of the areas that makes bench such a technical, such a difficult lift to master, because
Yes.
there are so many components where you have to be really exceptional. Like Brandon just showed there, again, being able to control it on your chest like that, make it so that the judges don't have any question about whether or not the bar is motionless, I think is a skill in and of itself.
Yes. And it's not an easy skill.
No, it's very difficult. That's how
Good
Julie opened.
William is coming up on platform black. William also looks like he has a very technical bench.
For Will, it looked like it might have been just a bit too much weight.
Shelby had a
of a jump.
very clean opener.
Yes.
Avinash is coming up on platform black, and Brianna is coming up on platform blue.
But Saki, I think that you have some insight into that with bench pressing, especially when you have a really technical bench. I think
Yes.
that sometimes you can have a lift that feels like it's moved very smooth, very clean. Then you make a jump and it just feels like something has completely
Yes.
changed. And that was a very good,
That was very
good attempt for Avinash.
Yes.
So I think from a handling and a lifting perspective, it can make it tough because you can kind of make what you think is a conservative jump sometimes, and it doesn't pan out quite the way you would
No.
hope in competition.
It's very unexplainable.
And I think that's the real value of doing these meets like regionals, doing
Yes.
all of the circuit, even before you go to nationals for the first time,
Yes.
just so you have that experience, so you
Exactly.
can make the kind of educated jumps based on like your past history.
Yes. Or educated opener choice. Unfortunately, with
That was
Mikey's
a very good second attempt for Anthony.
Yeah. Alright, well, we have Hannah on platform blue and Davis on platform black. Solid opener for Hannah.
And just for perspective, most of these 67s that we're seeing now are bench pressing well over double body weight, which is that's a little bit of a stick. I think he can recover from that. It looks like he just might have fallen a little bit out of position, but it's a very uncommon thing in powerlifting. So it's very impressive to see.
April is coming up on platform blue.
This is a sizable PR in terms of comp performance. His last meet, his benched 85 kilos. In the gym, his best bench 87.5. So he's going for a PR here, which I think is very inspirational.
Love the energy that he's bringing onto the
Yeah.
platform.
He looks confident. You can see he's shaking his head. I think he knows he's got it.
Tina is on platform. Oh, self handoff as well from Brim.
Yep. And I think that's another thing too with competing
Yes.
into the meet. Oh, it looks like it was just a bit much, but it
Yes.
was a good catch by the spotters.
Yeah, I think she might have jumped the press beam. I also really like the energy that Heidi brings onto the platform as well. And Ryan's on platform black. That was a good fight on Ryan's part.
Yeah.
Smooth second for Heidi. Skylar is coming up on platform black, and Shelly is coming up on platform blue.
Skyler, this would be 5 kilos over his last comp bench. Looks like this will also exceed his best bench in training.
Oh, he's putting up a good fight.
Yeah, I really like how he's so controlled throughout the entire movement. He's descending, nice controlled, nice clean touch. It's just really, I think that is
So very
the way to
good
handle the bench in competition.
second from Shelly. Still very impressed about the close grip that she does. Great. Taylor's coming up on platform blue, and Michael is coming up on platform black. Good third for Michael.
Yeah, it was a very well picked third attempt. And it looks like Michael's last competition, he weighed a bit over the 67.5
Wow.
limit. So I think that he's settling into a class now, which is always a little bit of an adjustment sometimes. There's just some tweaking. Even just losing that last couple of kilos can sometimes change the way a lift feels. So I think it's smart that he's taking these more conservative but very smooth third attempts.
Also, Taylor had a very good second. She has a very technical, pretty bench. And now Hamilton is on platform black, and Elizabeth is on platform blue. Good fight from Hamilton. Good second attempt from Elizabeth. Brian Yan is coming up on platform black, and Shelby is coming on platform black.
Ryan has some pretty long arms. It looks like he's built for deadlifting.
But his bench is still pretty good.
So yeah, it's really nice to see he's got that combination with the really stable arch, nice positioning. I think that that's always a nice combination to see.
So solid second from Shelby. Have Lee coming up on platform black, and Brianna coming up on platform blue. Also, looks like she has a very good arch as well.
Wow,
Very
Brianna's
smooth.
second.
Second
That
attempt.
moved like butter. That was a really nice call.
Have Brandon coming up on platform black and Hannah on platform blue.
Mr. Wynn, 276. Brandon Wynn. Are you ready?
Hannah's second was
Very
nice and
good
quick.
adjustment.
Brandon's third, I thought, was also a really nice,
Yes.
very smooth sort of press. A little bit of work, but I think that that's fine for a third attempt. You don't want them all to be
No.
looking like a warm-up.
We have William retaking 127 and a half. And then we have April taking her second at 90.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see the adjustments that William makes. It looked like the second might have been a case where it was just a bit too much, but you never know.
Oh, he might. Oh, wow. That was still a very good fight. And also,
It was a very good fight.
yes, it was also a good second attempt on
Yes.
Tina is retaking her second, and Avinash is jumping up 2.5 keys for his second.
And you can see he's just a technician.
Yes, you can kind of see that he is internally rotating his
Yeah,
hands
it's
as
that
well.
more like Japanese style grip.
Yes.
Here he goes.
Uh,
And then I think it's just that when you just add that little bit, the 2.5,
Yes,
that's what it can
yes.
take.
Fortunately, Tina missed her third. Heidi
Here
is
comes Davis, he's retaken. I think that his second, he might have just fit a little miscrewed. It kind of looked like the weight came out a little bit, maybe behind him. So we'll see if she can make the adjustments this time. Come on, Davis. I think that's just a bit
Good
much.
third
I think the
attempt for-
second might have taken a little bit out of him,
Yeah.
but he did a really good
Yes.
job fighting with both of them.
that was a good third attempt for Heidi. Next we have Anthony Hoy and Shelly Cole.
Let's go, Anthony. 147.5.
This will be a 5-kilo PR bench for Anthony.
He's fighting.
Just a bit too much weight, I think.
Shelly's
But it was
also
worth the shot to make the
trying-
jump.
Wow, that. Unfortunately, she missed her third, but that was a great fight on her part.
All right, Miles.
Kayla is coming up on platform blue. And then Miles is starting his opener on platform black.
Taylor does a really good job of using uprights and everything at her
Yes.
disposal, I think, to get herself into a really good position. And I think it really
It really is
reflects.
paying off as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because if you watch, look, it's just very,
It's
very stable
smooth.
when she
Yes.
hits. She touches her chest. It's like almost an immediate press command. I think that it's a great example of how to maximize the benching competition.
Anthony is coming up on platform black. And Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue. very fast opener for him.
Yes.
It's 3 white lights. 15K.
She's put on
Oh.
a really good fight.
Yup.
That was a very good third opener. Or a third attempt. I apologize. Chris is on platform black and Shelby is on platform blue.
So it looks like Shelby's will be 7.5 kilo comp PR from her last meet.
Wow. That is a substantial progress.
Yes. She's having a really good day so far, 5 for 5.
Fortunately missed her third.
Yeah.
Also good opener for Chris, and now we have Nigel and Brianna coming up on platform blue.
This, I believe, will be 5 kilos over her last competition PR for Brianna. And if I recall, her second was really smooth, so I think that this should be well within her grasp.
Yes. Especially if she's, taking the 5 kilo jump as well from her second.
Oh, interesting. She says that she's active military duty Coast Guard. Her sister is also a powerlifter, is going to nationals this year. Very impressive
Very
stuff.
impressive.
And just, I think, really a technically beautiful
Yes,
bench to watch.
yes. So good opener.
I think that it also should be noted how great these spotters and loaders are.
Yes, they're very efficient.
I mean, for this, they're adjusting the safeties, they're adjusting the
Yeah.
rack height, they're loading everything, and they're just like a well-oiled
They
machine.
really are.
And I think they really should get credit for what a great job they're doing, keeping this meet moving really efficiently.
I agree.
That was a really quick opener for Ogden.
We have Hannah taking her third. Oh, that was a good fight.
Yes.
Philip is also using the upright to try to get a good arch.
Yep.
April is taking her third. Good opener for Philip.
So April's moved down a class. This is close to her meet PR bench. So I think this is a really good go at it. We'll see what judges have to say. It looks like it might have been a little bit of downward, but I think it was a
Yes.
really good attempt.
Yes, I agree. David Nguyen is opening with 110, which is
This is a huge opener.
for 52?
Yes.
Yes. I believe he has some state records. I do apologize. I don't know what state he's from, but when I was looking up information about these lifters prior to this event, I know he has...
It's a bit of a fight. He has a very interesting technique
Yes.
where it
Fortunately,
almost
that
appears like
really
he's
do.
increasing his arch as he's descending and bringing the weight down to him. He
Good
might be
opener for
kind of.
Shayla. Andy is coming up on platform black.
Well, hopefully
He'll be able to.
David can make an adjustment for when he takes his second attempt. Yeah, it looks like he hasn't changed from his opener, which I think is
It's
smart. You
smart,
don't
yeah.
want to make it increase.
Yes. Kristen is coming up on platform blue. Solid openers from both Andy and
Yep.
Kristen. Alyssa is coming up on platform blue, and Lucas is coming up on platform black. Let's see if Lucas's bench opener is also at RP5 as well.
Yeah, his squats were just almost effortless.
Very fast opener
Oh,
from
yes.
both Alyssa and Lucas.
I'm curious. I'd have to look at the cards to see what the red light came from Lucas's opener. I thought that it was
I thought it was
that
fine.
looked like a good lift to me. So I'd be curious to see.
Emily is on platform blue, and Dennis is on platform black.
So Dennis had a tougher time on squat.
Yes,
So we'll see, how he's come around for bench.
Yes. It's good to see him back on the platform for bench.
Yes. I know after I bombed out of Worlds on squat, I just wanted to leave the venue. So I give nothing but credit to lifters that stick it out after that. Because I know sometimes mentally it can be tough to come back from.
I agree. I mean,
But he looks like he's doing a good
yes.
job.
Leanne is coming up on platform
And
blue.
really,
Yes.
you can tell he's been competing for quite some
Yes.
time. That was
Yes.
a really, really nice
Yes.
bench opener. Very technically sound, very stable. No ambiguity there.
All right, Miles. You got 95 above your head. Second and 10 for you.
Wow.
That was a fast opener.
And it's like the same as her squats. I think that Leanne is just very technically sound with all these lifts she's doing. I'm very excited to see her deadlift.
Miles is taking 95 for his second. Again with a fairly narrow grip.
And he's a very wide foot
Stance,
positioning
yeah.
on bench.
Taryn is taking 65 on bench. Again, she does have a pretty close grip. Very solid.
Yup.
No wrist wraps as well.
And she's just a hair under her comp PR for her opener, moving like
Wow.
that.
We have Anthony on platform black. Then we'll have Rebecca on platform blue. Good second for
Yep.
Anthony. And Rebecca has
He
a
does a really nice job of kind of retracting his shoulder blades actively as he's bringing the weight down. You can watch him almost getting into a tighter, more stable position as he's bringing the weight down to his chest, which sometimes it's the opposite effect. I know I have the issue where I almost dump it when it reaches the bottom. So it's really, really cool to see
Yes.
how some people are able to make those adjustments as they're, initiating the
sure.
movement.
yeah.
Which I think is much more common with the Japanese lifters, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. And if it works for them, then it's gonna it's something to study.
Brittany opening with some 2.5.
Wow.
Smooth opener for Brittany. David is reattempting 110. Oh, that looks... I wonder what happened.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm pulling for him for his third.
Yes, that is a very impressive bench for a 52. Elizabeth is coming
He
up.
is keeping the bench
Oh, that's
stable
good.
for the third.
Yes, that would be the smarter move. Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue, and Open is on platform black. Good second, Open, and Elizabeth, good opener. Nigel is on platform black, and Nikki is on platform blue.
Nigel Fuck of that. Attempt number 2 for Nigel comes in at a weight of 112.5 kilos. 112.5 coming out to 250 pounds. For the team, Steve Strong member.
Very smooth on
Good opener for
blue
Nikki.
platform and on black platform for Nigel.
We have Maria on platform blue and Chris on platform black.
This looks to tie Chris's best, her last meet bench,
Really
and
soft.
it's really,
Yes.
really no hitch, no nothing there. You know, it was nice and smooth for him. So hopefully he's able to take a PR for his third.
Really good opener from Maria. Now we have Philip and Jessica.
This is quite an opener bench for Jessica. Let's see. This looks like it's a 2.5 kilo increase over her last comp
Wow.
third for her opener.
Self-unwrapped.
The self-unwrapped looked almost effortless.
Wow.
Wow. Really, what else can you say but wow?
Solid attempt.
Hopefully we get to see how much she's able to push those numbers
That would be
for her
very
second and
exciting to
third.
see, yes. Good effort from Philip.
Yeah, look, there was a little bit of stick
Sticking.
right off his chest,
Yes.
but once he tried to really kind of kick it and take over, it was smooth
Yeah.
sailing, which makes sense. He's got a little bit more of a narrow.
Andy is on platform black, and Shayla is retaking her opener on platform blue. That was easy.
That should be good for her.
Yes.
Yep, and she's good to go in the meet.
Kristen is coming up on platform blue. Andy also looks like he has a pretty good arch as well.
Yeah, I think that it's really impressive seeing how many of these lifters have really
Yes.
dialed in their technique,
Yes.
especially on bench, which, you know, I think is the most technical of the lifts.
Yes. Very fast second for Kristen. Very good attempt on the second for Andy.
Yeah, it looked a little, you know,
Sticky.
a little sticky, but I think that there's some room for the third.
Yes. Some people are just really good at grinding out
Yup.
on bench. Alyssa is coming out for her third. She's taking a pretty big jump, 7.5 kilos from her
Lucas has
opener.
made a pretty substantial increase on his opener, which makes sense to me because his opener was very fast, 12.5. Yeah, no
Those are
issue.
good.
You know, I always think that being able to make the bigger jump sometimes can be a nice tool to have in the back pocket for when you're competing, just because you don't know if you might be called upon if you're in a more tight situation competitively where you might have to make some bigger jumps. So just being able to have the confidence to be able to do
Alyssa
that
is fighting
good.
that attempt. She was able to lock it out.
Let's
Let's see what the
see.
judges say. Oh, unfortunately, it might be down due to up and down motion.
But I think she should be able to come
should
back
be,
for the
yes.
third and make some adjustments and get it. It really seems like she had the strength.
Dennis is taking a 7.5 kilo jump. Very solid second.
Yeah, he has a great bench press.
Yes.
I really do like, you know, how it it's just
Yes.
very
Emily
technically sound.
is taking her second, self-unwrapped. very solid second attempt. Anthony is coming out for his third attempt. Leanne is coming out for her second attempt on platform blue.
Crowd, help Wade get a higher number up on his dot score. Give him some help, Anthony Wade, yes,
So good third from Anthony.
Yes.
Anthony Wade is good.
Let's just take a look. Yeah, just once
Very
again,
fast.
I really do think that Leanne has it very. She's got things down
Yes,
for
for
squat
sure.
and bench. I mean,
Yes.
the opener and the second look just about the same. I think that's a really good way of going about it. I think it gives you a little bit more play when it
For
comes to
sure.
the third for where you can take it.
For sure. Miles is taking his third attempt on platform black, and Taryn is taking her second attempt on platform blue.
Here we go, Miles.
Bit of a sticking point on both
Yeah.
platforms, but still
Yep.
good lift on platform blue. Unfortunately, not a good lift on platform black. Could be due to
Yeah, I
lateral
wish we
movement.
knew what the yellow
Yes.
cards are for. I would think it would probably not be butt just because his stance is so wide. I think it would be really difficult to have the butt
Yeah.
lift on the bench like that. So that might have even been an adjustment made in the past, which I think if it was a good
Yes.
idea.
Brittany is taking a 2.5 kilo jump for his second.
All right.
David
This, I
needs-
think, is the big moment for David.
Yes, he needs this to stay in the lead. Good second for Brittany, who's very, very smooth.
You can see David, even though it, I think it might have just been a bit too much weight on the day. And I mean, that can't always be the kind of adjustment from lifting in your home gym to come to competition. The equipment
Yes.
can just be a slight bit different, and if you really rely on just everything feeling a certain way for you on the day, it can be a hard adjustment to make.
I don't know if he also cuts weight as well, but that also plays a huge role
Yes.
in how much you can bench on competition day.
That was a very nice second from Rebecca. Let's see, and I think that's going to tie her last comp bench PR, so that's nice to see.
Is taking his third. Wow, that was a great fight.
I think the interesting thing with Ogden, it seemed like from his squat, it was like a mid-bar position, and now on bench, the way his fingers align with the rings, it to me appears like he's just a lifter that's made a lot of experiments and really tried to figure out the right positioning for him on these different lifts, which I think is a really good thing to have in your pocket moving forward when you're powerlifting. So it's cool to see.
Elizabeth is taking her.
And this looks like it's going to be a state record attempt for Elizabeth.
Wow.
And it was a
That
very smooth
looked
state record
very
attempt.
smooth. Very technically sound as well. Nigel is taking his third attempt. Fortunately,
Yeah, a bit too
Nika's
much weight for
not
Nigel.
Nika is taking her second attempt at 100 kilograms, which is a lot of weight.
Yes, especially on a second attempt bench.
Yes. Very
Oh,
solid
yeah.
second attempt. Chris Sullivan is on platform black. And Maria is coming up on platform blue. Good fight from Chris.
Yep.
has a very good technique.
Yeah,
as
look at
well.
that.
It looks very efficient, and holy crap, her second flew.
Yeah, she's doing a really good job, I think, of getting herself into that great position.
Yes, and
Really
everything is so
stable,
stacked.
clean touch.
Yes, everything looks so efficient.
And now, 125
Wow,
for Jessica on her second.
which is a lot
10
of
over
weight.
her
10 over.
previous best in competition.
That is insane.
Yeah. Come on, Philip. Let's see. I think he'll have it. We'll have to see what they just say if they saw anything up and down.
Yellow,
Yellow.
probably butt or lateral movement.
Yep.
Andy's coming up for his third attempt. He's only taking a 2.5 kilo jump. I think his second had a little bit of a sticking point, so that
Yeah.
could have been a smart decision.
And I think even from what we saw with squats, Andy is very disciplined. He doesn't seem like he gets super, hyped up. It's just, he keeps calm, really controlled with these movements. So it is kind of hard to tell whether or not there's a sticking point or if he's just trying to make sure he stays in a nice, good, stable position, doesn't get too excited, doesn't do something that causes the weight to come away from him. Because, I mean, one of the worst things that can happen is just lose balance or something.
Unfortunately
But
for
yeah.
Shayla, she had up and down movement. She did have a good fight on her third.
And it looks like for Andy it might have been just a bit too much weight. But you know what? On bench press, it can be a really like a knife's edge sort of situation.
Yes. Kristen is coming out for her third attempt, and so is Lucas.
So Lulu's making a 2.5 kilo jump,
Yes.
which
Good
I think is
attempt
very
from
conservative.
Kristen. Sorry,
But
Lucas.
it could. I think it's a really good play between himself and his coach.
Yes.
It means that they recognize when the ceiling might be coming.
Yes, which is very smart.
And you
on
can
his
kind of
part.
see that difference even between the second and the third. So I think that's just excellent interaction between the lifter. The coach shows a lot of maturity there.
Especially as an 18-year-old.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, as an 18-year-old, it was a question of whether or not I was going to bomb out on every single lift half the time. So I think that's just a really good sign
Yes.
moving forward, competitively speaking.
Alyssa is retaking 67.5. I think she can get it based off of how her last one moved. I definitely think she has a strength for it.
Yes. I think she just lost a little bit of
Yes.
tension as she was bringing it out to her chest. It almost looks like it dumped at the last
Yeah.
second on her, which it can be tough to come back
It
from that.
is a little bit tough to
Here's
control that.
Dennis. Looks like it was just a bit too much. But I think the thing with Dennis that was really smart there is as soon as he realized that it wasn't good, you could see him shaking his head. That just comes from experience when I'm not going to be able to fight through this one, and it saves some energy for the deadlift.
Yes. Emily is taking her third. It's kind of like, unfortunately, we've both had an experience of bombing out of
Yes.
really high level meet. I scratched my third attempt on my bench just because I just knew that it was not going to move. I just didn't have that weight in me for that day, so I just took the loss, moved on, went on to deadlifts.
Emily is just having a great meet. She just had a 5 pounds or 5 kilos over her last meet best. She said that she was sick last week.
Wow.
What a turnaround!
Yes, that is an impressive turnaround.
I think her squat was also a PR. She's doing a really good job today.
Cedric is taking his opener.
Oh,
That was easy.
yeah.
Taryn is taking her a little bit of a second play. Is she going to push through? Oh, that was a good fight, though. Right. Henry Yu is coming up for his opening bench, and Leanne is coming up to take her third.
This is going to be another PR for Leanne in competition if she gets this. And I personally am pretty confident based on how every one of her other attempts has gone. A very, I think, technical and professional
Yes.
approach to how all of her lifts have been
So
today.
it's very impressive.
Yes. But I think that can be said about every lifter today. I mean, everyone is doing an exceptional job this
I
session.
agree.
And look at Henry. It was just a.
Very
I
smart
think
opener.
it's great to see. Yep.
Wow.
And there we go.
That was a smooth third attempt from
That
Lee.
should be 6 for 6.
Darth is coming out to take his opener.
I'm very interested to see his bench technique because his squat, I think, was exceptional. And I mean, now we're seeing the bench, and it's the same deal.
And Brittany is coming out for her third attempt. Brittany also is one of those people who have like a pretty wide, foot stance on the bench press.
Yes.
And also coupled with a very narrow grip as well. Wow, that looked very smooth.
Yeah, she does a very good job of just, there's no kind of stick, there's no moving around on the bar, nothing like that. It's just a smooth up, down. I
Yes.
think that's what you want.
Yes.
That's what you want.
It's very efficient.
Okay,
Matthew.
here's Matthew. He had a little bit of trouble with his squat in his second and third, so I think bench will be a good place for him to make up some territory in terms of total. And that opener is very promising for that.
Well, unfortunately, Rebecca missed her third attempt.
All right, here comes Kevin on the black platform.
And Elizabeth is coming up on the blue platform.
It looks like she's going for a state record attempt.
Yes,
Her second attempt, I believe, was also a state record.
I believe so.
Let's see.
Good opener from Kevin.
Yeah.
Definitely tell that Elizabeth is taking her time to set up. This will be a pretty big lift for her.
Oh, I
Oh,
think she's
and
got it.
Great fight on her part.
Yes, and congratulations to her. That's a state record.
Henry Lade coming up on this time. I think he's wearing a Great Britain singlet.
Mr. Worldwide himself. All right, let's see.
And Nike's coming up on platform.
That's
blue.
a very nice bench.
That is a very, very nice bench. 105 kilograms.
This is a big bench.
This is a big bench.
Oh, that's just a bit too much.
Dylan is coming up on platform black, and Maria is coming up on platform blue.
What you mean, Dylan's not hitting this first attempt? 27.5 for Dylan Stefan.
I'm fascinated by how many of the lifters on this platform have been wearing wrist straps.
Yeah.
That was a nice press.
I'm still in awe of Maria's technique.
Yeah.
It's very, very efficient.
Look at it.
Wow,
Just,
is that just look like
there's
a
no
warm-up?
difference in speed between any
No.
of the lifts, which again goes back to the relationship between the
Yes.
the lifter, the coach,
Yep.
in terms of knowing, how does it actually feel versus how does it look. And I think that is also a skill that's really good to cultivate and foster with
For
all these
sure.
meets, because there can be a big discrepancy that can
Yes.
lead to sometimes disaster on the platform.
Jessica is jumping up 2.5 keys. This would be a very big PR for her.
Yes.
Fast opener for Garrett.
A little bit of a stick. I think she's got it. We'll see what
a
the
fight.
judges say.
Yes. Oh, unfortunately.
It looks like there was a bit of downward
Yeah.
movement. But that can happen.
That is true. But it was a very good fight on
Yes.
her part. All right, Tyler is opening with a 147.5.
He had a great squat session. He's got an enormous deadlift, and it looks like he also has a huge bench. So the total package.
Yeah, that's basically a 3-lift specialist.
Yes. Yeah, and
Wow,
super
that was
smooth opener.
fast.
Goes in the books with 3 white lights. Next up, Alex Domingos. His first attempt becoming 150.
Alex is coming up on platform black.
All right. A bit of a stick on the opener. We'll see what the judges have to say. Yeah. Hopefully he can make the adjustments that he needs to on his second. So now we're back to Cedric. This in and of itself will be a 5 kilo increase over his last competition bench. So trending in the right direction.
Sets up 32nd attempt.
Very nice attempt.
Good for him. 2 lights in a row.
I would be curious to see what the red light was for. The yellow card implies that it might have been something like butt, which can happen with the larger arch benches. So now we have Henry with 105. This is another second attempt that's already increased over his last competition's bench, which is at 102.5. It's a very good
That
second.
was a good second. Darth is coming up for his second attempt at 122.5 keys.
Durakon now for his second attempt at 122.5 kg. 70 imperial pounds. Darth gets a circle. In the press.
That was
He might have lost a little bit of tension right as he was about to touch his chest. If you could see that, it almost looked like his lats came a little unpacked.
still
But it was a very,
pretty,
very
solid.
smooth attempt.
Matthew Wong is coming up.
All right, he said the TSP Chris says that he's bad. So let's see now if he can start setting bench in a good trajectory.
Wow.
Oh yeah, and there he goes. That was very nice.
Good. 3 white lights for him.
Next up is
Same weight
Kevin.
now for Kevin Vasella. 130.
So another lifter that's already looking to hit a PB compared to his last comp performance on a second attempt. Wow, smooth.
Good, smooth second.
And these are not insignificant bench presses
No.
that they're hitting. Last comp, this comp. So seeing these kind of increases are just very impressive. It's a lot of work
I
in the
agree.
gym to make this kind of progress. And I think that, you know, you can't really understate that.
That is true. Henry Lee, Mr. Worldwide, is coming back up again for his second. He has a very good arch.
Yeah. I think his second looked even
Easier,
better
yeah.
easier than the first. And that can be one thing with the openers sometimes. It's just something can be off.
Yeah.
You know, you make the adjustments, you come up for the second, and the second is even easier than the first, and then you wonder what are you gonna do
Or
for the third.
it could be that you're building more confidence, more momentum.
Yup.
Now Dylan is coming up. I believe he's a 110% athlete based off of his singlet.
Oh, there we go.
Derek Chang is coming up on platform black. Also looks like he has a pretty substantial, sizable arch.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Yup.
Alexander is retaking his opener.
Yeah. So Alexander had a little bit of issue on the opener. I think he might have misgrooved it, something like that. It seemed like he had the strength to complete the lift. It was just a little shaky. So I think he should be good. But he's another one of the very technical benchers, and I think that for them, especially, if any slight thing is off,
Yep.
it can turn it into a completely different feeling exercise.
I definitely agree with that statement.
Yeah, you'll see right here, he's got a very nice arch.
Yes.
Oh, and the difference is almost night and day. Good to go.
Yep, he has got that number on the board. So Tyler is taking a 7.5 kilo jump.
Yep.
Notice-
Based on how his opener moved, I think this should be okay.
Yes. I'm assuming that's pretty standard for men's lifter.
It could depend on the person. Some people take really big jumps, some a little smaller. I think it really depends a lot also on the technique.
Also, that was a very solid.
But yeah, that was a very
second,
good call for a
yes.
second. We'll see what he goes for his third. So it's like Alexander's gonna jump 7.5 for his third. So I think the opener might have just been a situation of misgroove, and now he's gonna make up a little bit of ground. I'll be interested to see if Tyler matches him or decides to put himself ahead just to give himself a little bit of a lead even there. Even it looks like they're gonna try to match.
250 imperial pounds.
Nice solid self-unwrap.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Cedric Salazar goes down. Get this next command. Here he comes. Give it up
That was a good fight.
There'll be no lift. Second attempt comes towards his box.
Henry Yu is coming up for his third attempt.
Here we go, it's Henry Yu. Henry, your third and final attempt weighs in at a total of 110 kilos, 243 pounds.
7.5 over his last meet best. We'll see how this goes. Oh, this is a very good third. You can see just a little quiver as he was pressing it up. So you know that it might have been right around that ceiling. So I think that's a good call.
I agree. Gareth is taking a 5-kilo jump and is taking 127.5 kilos for his third.
You have 127.5 kilos over your head. Mr. Khan, are you ready?
That's a bit too much. I think that time he did a much better job of keeping himself in the positioning that he would have wanted. It may have even been the second attempt, just getting out of position a little bit might have made it exert a little bit more out of the tank than he might have wanted. But I think it was a good fight regardless.
I agree.
Your third and final attempt takes out to 298 imperial pounds.
Matthew Wong.
Mr. Wong, are you ready?
I think he'll be happy if he is good with this lift. It will be a 5-kilo increase over his last competition best.
Yeah, he's fighting.
Just a bit much.
What a performance here so far. We'll see. For the heat pose.
Dylan is taking a 2.5
All
kilo
right,
jump.
Dylan. Mr. Dylan Stefan. The one and only 135 kg on it. 297 pounds, Mr. Dylan Stefan. Are you ready? It's like you
Good,
He
solid
just has
third
a
attempt.
really technically fantastic bench. And I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing so many of these lifters having their second attempts and third attempts be PRs in their last competition. Once you really have the form dialed in
Yes.
and you have some meat under your belt, I think that it's much easier to start making these kind of increases on bench.
Now we have Henry Lee.
I think just another really beautiful looking bench
Yes,
press.
that was a solid third attempt. Although it looks like the deadlifts for the blue platform has started. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that on the live stream. Kevin is on platform deck. Good, solid third attempt. And Trisha, well, we've started the deadlift session on the blue platform. Derek is taking his third on the bench.
That was a nice smooth opener for Trisha. Now, whereas bench is really Saki's area of expertise, in my opinion, I think like to think I know a little bit about deadlifting, so it's an exciting event for me to get to talk about.
Garrick did a great job pressing 150 kilos. Just a shameless plug. Matthew is being humble. He has held the all-time world record for the deadlift in the 67.5 kilos. So he knows more than enough about this lift.
That's another good opening pull.
Tyler actually jumped up 2.5 kilos.
And I think for Tyler, that's smart. The
Yes.
second attempt was a little bit of work, and on bench press especially, when you have a little bit of work, just making the smallest jump can be too much. And especially seeing as he's a really big puller, you want to leave a little bit in the tank.
Good opener from Owen. And it looks like,
A little just a
unfortunately,
bit too much.
yeah.
But it's perfectly fine. He had a tremendous showing on his second. It was already competition PR, and now he's got room for him will be the main event.
Yes. Solid attempt from the front.
Yeah, she did a very good job of taking some of the slack out. So what we mean by that is you put a little bit of tension into the bar, pulling it before you initiate trying to break it off the floor, and it will really help with you because you don't have to worry about, there being any bend in the bar before the plates leave the floor. You just kind of want to maximize your positioning by doing that, and she did a good
Unfortunately,
job.
Alexander missed his third attempt bench.
All right. Here's Abby.
Solid opener.
Yes, very smooth.
Next up we have Elizabeth. These spotters and loaders are doing such a good job loading
Yeah.
the plates up as fast as they can.
And this is a very big opening pull at
Yes.
195 kilos. It looks like her best in comp is 202.5, so she's already
Just
coming
shy of
close. And you can see she's doing a very good job of taking the slack out. This is exactly what I mean. You can see that nice bend in the bar before she's even trying to initiate breaking it off the floor. Just a fantastic pull. And I think now, if there are any hesitations, reservations, concerns about redeeming her last meet performance, they're gone because she is fully in the meet. So I'm excited to see what she ends up going up to.
Okay, we're starting the top of the flight again with Megan on her second.
Yeah, and again, Megan does a great job taking the slack, taking her time, getting to a good position, not a lot of hesitation, just initiates the movement.
I'm surprised that I think, if I remember correctly, the vast majority of the lifters on in this flight are pulling conventional.
Yes. Which is somewhat atypical. As a big fan of the sumo deadlift.
Good second attempt from Jody.
Yeah. She might have had a bit of difficulty getting her shoulders kind of locked down before she initiated the pull because it looked like she was almost so excited she went right for the movement. I think on her third, if she maybe just slows it down just a tiny bit, it might make it so that it's just like a breeze, but it was still a very smooth
Yes.
attempt.
We
All
have a
right,
sumo
here we
pull-up.
go. A bit of a hybrid sumo style, like Ed
Yes.
Cohn. but very controlled. For the lift that has some of the fewest commands of the platform, I find that the deadlift, for me at least, is one of the hardest to execute in a way that's convincing for the referees at times, especially when it comes to locking out. So I think that is one of the big advantages sometimes with conventional.
Solid
Yup.
second attempt from Jeannie. Next we have Michelle coming up.
Yeah, and then Michelle again, another lifter's doing an excellent job taking the slack, getting into a good position for initiating that pull. And I think really that does make an enormous difference
I
once you've
agree.
adopted that skill.
Yes.
I don't know if it's your personal experience, but for me especially, deadlift is one of those lifts where I think that it's much more about almost the feeling than anything. I
Yes.
think on bench and squat, it's much more about, really trying to get into the best position possible and whatnot. I think deadlift is one of the ones that can just be up in the air on any given day, which I think makes it very exciting for competition.
Yeah. For me personally, I feel like deadlifts feel much better in competition than in training. That was a good
Yes,
second
and
from
she
Jeannie.
has a fantastic looking belt.
Yes.
I love that.
Abby is coming up.
I'll be curious to see how this goes. She took a 12 and a half jump to her second. It
Yes.
looks like her best pull in training this cycle going through has been 10 kilos above the second attempt, which is over 400 pounds, which is an enormous deadlift. And I mean, the speed on
Wow.
that is very convincing. I think
For
that
sure.
she should be able to have a really good showing for that
I
third.
agree. Elizabeth is taking over 200 kilos. And also, she is still a junior as well. This is very impressive.
Yes. This looks like this will be 2.5 over her last meet's best. Or her meet best. And on a second attempt. So she has a bit of a wider stance, but I really like that she's pointing her toes out so she can get some engagement with her glutes in this. She does an unbelievable job of taking the slack out,
Yes.
especially with a mixed grip, and it just blows off
Just
the
looks
floor.
very
No,
beautiful.
no stick, no nothing. What a tremendous deadlift. I think that her technique is fantastic. One of our spotters and loaders, he's taking two of the 25s at one time. He's all
And
about speed and
Birkenstocks as
efficiency.
well. So, we're going back to the top of the plate with Megan taking 120 kilos for her third.
So she's gone 8 for 8 so far. This is to go 9 for 9.
A little bit of a stick, but it looks really good. 3 white legs.
Very nice.
Next up is Jody.
And I believe that will be a PB on her dot score from her last competition, which she's said over the past year she's dropped 3 classes, and this is her competition coming back. So it just shows what a tremendous amount of work ethic she has, because maintaining that performance while trying to move down classes is very difficult, and she's improved her overall score. So
Also,
really, really good.
Jody, oh, unfortunately, it didn't leave the floor. But I have major props to her for
Yes.
coming out on the deadlifts
Yep.
after bench press.
And I mean, sometimes when you grab the bar when you're deadlifting, you just kind of know. You have that
Yes.
feeling. Or sometimes even on the second attempt, or you have one big pull in you for the day,
Mm-hmm.
and after that you just say, you know what, I understand that there's not much left in the tank.
Alright, and next up we have Trisha Hunt. It's also interesting is that I think she has a little bit of a platform in her shoes as well.
Yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of that.
Still very solid third
Yes.
attempt.
I think it's always cool to see the lifters that use the kind of hybrid, I think they call it the frog stance,
Yes.
Ed Cohen style sumo pull. I think that it is just a really nice thing to see.
Jeannie is coming out for her third. I also have major props to her for coming out for deadlifts.
You know, and speaking to like the frog stance sumo, the toes to plates kind of sumo, conventional, all of these different lifts, it just goes to show that there's not really one stance that suits every lifter.
No.
Oh, it's a good fight.
That is a good fight.
And that's another one of the kind of feathers you can put in the cap of the sumo or the conventional deadlift. I think that it's a much easier lift to kind of be able to fight
Yes.
through, grind out, and I think that's rewarding.
It really is.
It's nice to kind of
Although
grind out a pull.
Yeah.
Although you're a little bit different in that regard than,
I mean,
than I am.
I'm able to grind out through sumo, but it's also most likely because my starting positioning is absolutely not the prettiest.
Well, I think it's also because you have much better grip. Here comes Michelle. What a smooth finish.
Yes.
And it looks like that was, yep, and that was a neat PB on
That
deadlift
was
for
a
her.
Very good third attempt. Alright, we have Emily coming up on platform blue.
So far she's been good on all third attempts. This deadlift will be 5 kilos over her last comp best. Just a bit too much, it looks like.
Alright, it looks like we're starting the deadlifts on platform black.
And I think just as we predicted, here comes Abby with the 182.5.
This is a big pull.
Yes. So this will be 5 over her last comp. This will match her gym PR, which is a very difficult thing to do. Because in the gym, we're maximizing all of the circumstances, all of the settings. It is our kind of home away from home.
Yes.
When you come to competition, trying to match that sometimes
It
can
is
be
very
a whole
difficult.
different kettle of fish.
I agree.
Oh, it looks like there's been a change.
Prem is coming started.
And here we have another one of those hybrid sumo style pulls.
Potential state record total in this deadlift.
And he's an excellent job of wedging himself into the bar just to kind of almost pry it up off the floor.
Solid attempt.
Yeah, that was a great pull for Abby. I think that she would have had the extra 2.5
I
kilos,
agree.
no
I
problem.
agree.
But you know what? You can't go wrong with getting your
That's
third
fair.
attempt deadlift and making it look that smooth and convincing.
So we have Elizabeth Yard coming out with a huge 215 kilogram deadlift. Nice open.
Brandon did an excellent job of taking the slack. I know I harp on this all the time, but for me it's a big.
An American record attempt.
So this would be the junior 82.5 kilo American record deadlift for Elizabeth. So this, I assume, was the record that she was saying that she wanted to get back at this meet.
Yes.
I think that she's gonna rocket this up.
Wow.
It's a bit of work. Oh,
3 white lights.
what
That
a
is
amazing
amazing.
deadlift. I mean,
Very
as we have said on every one of her attempts, she has truly achieved an impressive degree of skill when it comes to the conventional pole, and it just reflected she got an American
For
record,
sure.
and those are not easy to come by.
Wow.
All right,
Lee
here's
Rogers
Lee.
on the black platform, and then Heidi Nielsen on the blue platform.
I can only imagine how happy Elizabeth must be getting an American record back. And a very nice opener for Lee. Another one of the more narrow sumo stances.
Do you love Heidi's energy coming in onto the platform?
Yeah, she's very enthusiastic about all of her lifting. I really love her.
Yeah.
And a really, I mean, effortless opener.
Yes. Hamilton coming out for his opener.
I like it. I like how Hamilton, he doesn't waste any time. Once he's got his hands on the bar, he is ready to go. But it's nice and controlled. It's not kind of like I did it in the past where I would just grab and yank on that bar. He has some finesse to it. All right, here's Skylar on the black platform pulling conventional.
Shelby is coming up on the blue platform.
Oh,
Oh, wow, that was easy.
And just as I was talking about Elizabeth's amazing conventional technique, Skylar also really, really exceptional. I mean, we can't see a side angle, but that looked pretty textbook to me.
I agree. Shelby coming up. Opening like 1:7.5.
If I'm not mistaken, Shelby's already collected one American record today, so I'd be interested to see if there's any others on the table. And here's Brian. It's like what I said on the bench. He's got the deadlifter's arms. Oh! And that's just a beautiful sumo deadlift.
Here comes Shelly on platform blue. And Michael is coming up on platform black.
It's a bit of a work.
Point, but some people
Shelly.
are like that where, you know.
Yeah, I think especially on the conventional deadlift, just getting it around the level of the knees sometimes you can start to have some issues. Wow.
Wow, that was fast for Michael.
And it was a very nice looking pull. I mean, really just for about every lifter we've seen so far with these deadlifts, they're very, very technically skilled.
Good opener for Elizabeth. Ryan. Oh, he's hook gripping on the smooth.
Yes. As time has gone, I have experimented hook gripping on the knurl, hook gripping on the smooth. I think that it's a risky maneuver, but if you can make it work, I think you should go for it personally, especially if you have a more narrow build. I think that it puts you in a much more advantageous position, and it looks like it's working for him. So I'm pulling for him. I want to see a big pull.
Also good opener for Hannah. she's using
Wow.
body stance again. Wow, that was smooth.
And for Davis, I think that it's really something special that he's got his stance in such a perfect positioning that he can have his hook set outside of his thighs at lockout. I think that's really good in terms of security, especially sometimes there's a tendency to pull your thumbs out of position when you're a hook grip deadlifter,
Yes.
a sumo. So you know what? I really do like to see that too.
Good opener for April, and now we have Tina.
Oh, and it looks like Avinash is another. Now,
Wow.
look, just I think that you have to appreciate how well he's taking the slap. I mean, and that's really where hook grip comes in handy. And I think we're seeing the same thing for Taylor.
Yeah.
The same deal. When you've got that positioning where both hands double overhand and that nice, good. Oh, wow. The 67s are just some very impressive opening deadlifts that we're seeing out of the, especially in some of the last three lifters. I mean, just beautiful pulls.
Brianna taking 172.5. Pretty solid.
It's a good smooth opener.
We're back on the top of the flight for both platforms. Heidi is taking a 5 jump.
So it looks like Anthony's going 265 for his second. Avinash is taking 260. I think it'll be exciting to see
Yes.
who ends up coming out on the top in the battle of the conventional sumo deadlift in the 67.5. You know, I just am excited to watch both of them go
Yes.
for it.
I agree. Very smooth second for Heidi.
Yes.
Great second for Prem.
Yep.
Next we have Brandon Lynn and Tina Elliott.
Very fast second
Yes.
for Tina. Maybe lockout for Tina.
Maybe.
But I don't think that it should be an issue. The strength was clearly
Yes.
there.
I agree. Solid second for Brandon.
Yeah, it looks like Brandon might have had a little bit of issue with the lockout, but he held it nice and good, so I think the third attempt should be good for him.
Elizabeth coming up on platform 2 and William coming up on platform 1.
And that's one of the other challenges with the deadlift events that sometimes people don't quite account for.
How fast
You can
it
get a
is?
little tired
That's
from
true.
taking heavy third attempts for squat and bench. And sometimes there's a little bit of work holding it at the top when you're already tired.
Yeah. I also feel like it moves so quickly in terms of how much rest there is in between.
Oh yes, it moves fast.
Shelby is taking 137.5. And Hamilton is also coming up for a second as well. Wow. And she fought it through.
You know, I think it didn't look too dissimilar from the opening deadlift. That just might be an area where it gets a little slow for her, but she makes them all look so smooth, and you can tell that she's really got it dialed in.
For sure.
We'll have to watch Hamilton's third. It looked
Yes.
like his underhand might be having a little bit of grip issue, but the second was fine.
Shelly is coming up on platform 4. And Lee is coming up on platform black.
Lee has a very interesting deadlift. It almost appears that he initiates the movement with a sort of squat.
Mm-hmm. We have April Gray coming up on platform blue.
Oh, just a bit too much, it looks like, for April.
Let's see if she'll come out to retake that.
You know what? She got her opener.
That's true.
She has got a lot of experience with competing. I think that she should be able to come back for her third, make some adjustments, and get it. And again, what a
Very
beautiful
fast.
deadlift Skylar has.
Hannah, very smooth deadlift. Oh. Oh, she dropped the bar.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that.
Yeah. That's just a very easy
Yeah,
mistake to fix.
yeah.
It's Brian.
It brings back memories of the Bill Kazmaier deadlift.
And then Brianna's coming up. That was fast.
I mean, there's just not a lot to say in terms of these deadlifts from a technical standpoint. They're just so nice to watch. It is truly a treat for the eyes.
Brianna had a good second. What I also noticed about her technique is she doesn't really do that initial hip pump, which is very impressive.
Yeah, I think that there are pros and cons to doing it. Again, a very beautiful sumo deadlift. And a very beautiful conventional deadlift. I will say it's not super common to see people combining the hook grip and the conventional deadlift. So it's a really interesting combination.
Yes. Another good attempt from Ryan.
Yeah. He's doing a really good job of maintaining his grip because that is a more challenging position. So
sure.
he's definitely got a very optimized pull.
I agree. Heidi coming out for her last pull. A little bit of a stick.
Such a nice pull for Davis. And what I really find exceptionally fascinating about this session with the 67s on the deadlift is that it's a hybrid cone style sumo deadlift, a very traditional toes to plates wide stance, hook grip on the smooth sumo deadlift, and a conventional deadlifter in sort of those top three positions, pulling very close.
Unfortunately, I think there's some up and down movement in Tina's third attempt, but she did do a very good job.
Again, beautiful pull from Avinash, lightning fast. I think that it's going to be very interesting to see what these. I think we're going to see some changes for these third attempts as these lifters start to move to try to get into medaling position.
Shelby is coming out for her third attempt. Although right now it says attempt change in progress. So, but Anthony is coming out for a second.
So I don't have the lifting cast available, so I can't see what's going on in terms of scoreboard for attempt change.
Solid second from Anthony. Now we're gonna go to the top of the flight for platform black.
Okay, so it looks like right now Avinash is putting a 270 for his third. Anthony's putting in 272 and a half.
Looks like for the blue platform there was some changes in the order, so it looks like now that Elizabeth is going first. Yes, it was a good effort. Shelby Dillon coming out for her final attempt on the deadlift. Oh, looks like it didn't really move forward, unfortunately. Now, Brandon Lynn is coming out on the back platform.
So as I'm looking at the scoreboard now on lifted cast for the 7.5, it appears that Anthony Poi is commanding a pretty substantial lead of 20 kilos going into third deadlifts. So a lot of the onus will fall on Davis if he's willing to make jumps to try to pull something big to move into that first place position. However, right now Davis and Avinash are tied for the second place position, so we may see some changes.
Williams coming up for his third attempt, and April is retaking her second.
There might be a little bit of a hitch there for William, but we'll see. It was a good attempt.
Yes. April is from Team GPT, which is based on. And
I think she's got it. What an excellent fight for April. It's really nice to see people, fight through that that challenge right there. That's a great way to end a session.
Hamilton is coming up for his third pull. And then Taylor is also coming up for her final pull as well.
And it's a very massive 190 kilo deadlift.
Unfortunately, miss Hamilton. Taylor. Oh, I think she's got it.
Yeah, what a very clean lockout. I think she should be all set.
Oh, she might have gotten caught on shoulders.
All right, Lee. 207 and a half at your feet. Hold for 57, Mr. Rogers. On for you. Ready.
Lee's taking 207.5 on platform 5.
Let's see for
Brianna's
Lee.
taking 190 on platform blue.
Yes! Come on, Mr. Rogers, lock it up!
We'll have to see what judges say about the shoulders, and I think it's good to go for Lee, so that's his third attempt there.
Yep. Unfortunately, Brianna missed her third attempt.
And I think really nice sportsmanship from Lee. He's, you can see him shaking the hands of all the referees.
Yes.
As always, nice to acknowledge them for what they're doing to help the sport out.
I agree. Skylar is on platform black, and Hannah actually.
Skylar was 8 for 8 today. This should be a 12.5 kilo PB in competition for him.
Wow. Hannah just called 190. That is excellent.
Excellent pull for Skylar.
So we're starting a new flight on platform blue. And Kristen is taking 110 for her opener.
Here we go, ladies and gents.
Solid opener for Kristen.
237 and a half at your
And Ryan, I'm always so impressed about how he's able to hook grip on this.
I think this will be a 15 kilo meat PB if it goes for him. And it looks like it's good to go.
Especially as a Team 2 lifter. That is
Yes.
impressive.
Yeah, he'll have a very, very bright future in powerlifting with a foundation like that.
Yes, we have Elnily coming out on platform blue and Michael on platform black.
Emma's having a great day so far.
Yes.
PBs on squat, bench, and what a smooth and easy deadlift
Yeah.
opener for her.
Taryn is coming up on platform.
Oh, it looks like it's just a bit of grip
Yeah.
issue for Michael. But overall, a very good day for him.
Yes.
And again, great sportsmanship from Michael.
Yes.
Going around, shaking all the referees' hands. That's what we like to see.
Great opener from Taryn. Brian Young is coming up for his third pull. Great pull from Brian.
Excellent, excellent third attempt for Brian.
Alyssa. Pretty smooth opener for
Okay,
her.
so
Davis is coming up on platform black, and Elizabeth is coming up on platform blue.
so Davis appears that he's going to hold here at 262 and a half, and more or less put it on Avinash to have to pull the 270. However, Davis weighs less than Avinash. So I believe that Avinash had to pull 272 and a half in order to win, or else they'll tie on total. And Davis will win on body weight, and that looks good for Davis.
Fast opener for Elizabeth.
I will be curious to see if we see a change put in for Avinash to try to move him into the second position.
We have Shayla coming up on platform blue with an opener of 137.5 kilos.
And it looks like they're going to hold constant here.
Great job,
It's a good lift.
Rebecca is opening with 157.5. And Anthony has loaded 272.5 for his third deadlift. Very fast opener for Rebecca. Unfortunately got the fights on Rebecca.
What a beautiful third attempt pull. And that should be the Northeast Regionals 67.5 kilo open champ.
Nikkei is opening with 165 kilograms. Solid opener.
Yes, very, very smooth opener.
Philip Tonks is coming up on platform black, and Brittany Smith is coming up on platform blue.
That's a great opener for Philip. Again, I'm gonna keep saying another lifter does an excellent job of taking the slack out of that bar. I think that it is a skill that has really started to just become almost the norm in powerlifting. It's really nice to see that.
Brittany's, okay, good. Because I thought her opener was fine. Miles on platform black.
Looks like Miles is really taking his time, and that's one of the keys I think to. And look at how I hate to say it again, but how well that he took the slack. He got himself in an amazing position, and then it's just like a rocket. The lift almost lifts itself if you get yourself into just the right spot. It's really nice to see.
Leanne is coming up with a 180 kilogram opener.
And she's had really an incredible day of lifting today.
And Ogden is coming up with a 190 opener.
And you can see he's getting the bar into a good position. He wants to have it nice and stable. Sometimes you just don't like the way things look. Again, Leanne, just like her squat, just like her bench press, so dialed in technically.
Yes.
Really, really nice to see.
She really is a 3-lift technician.
Yeah.
Right, here comes Jessica on platform blue and Chris on platform black. What a smooth opener for Jessica.
Yes. And look how controlled she is as
She
she's bringing it back
is,
down to
yeah.
the floor.
That is some.
And she's just like putting it down light as a feather. I think that is itself very impressive.
All right, we have Lucas coming up on platform black and Maria coming up on platform blue.
If this goes anything like Lucas's squat and bench, this is gonna fly. And yes.
Also very fast opener for Maria. We're starting at the top of the flight for platform blue. Andy Zend is coming up on platform black.
I really do appreciate how deliberate Andy is with everything he does when he sets up for his different lifts. I think sometimes it's too easy to get caught up in the moment and you do things a little differently than normal, but he's really
Very consistent.
patient. He's really taking his time.
Oh,
Well, looks like a little bit of difficulty with stability at the top, but we'll see what the judges say.
Kristen's
That's
demos
look.
was pretty good. We have Anthony on platform black and Emily on platform blue.
This looks like it'll tie Emily's comp best. So she's having a great day so far.
Fast opener for Anthony.
Oh yeah,
Solid,
no problem at all
solid
for Emily.
session for Emily. Nigel is coming up for his opener on platform black. And Alyssa is coming up for her.
So she'll be close to Alyssa's best deadlift in training leading up to this competition.
Okay.
So we'll see how this, and it's no problem. A little bit of stick at the thighs. They might be able to give some baby powder to her and smooth that right out.
Because they gave her reds for probably.
Maybe a bit of downward, it looks like with the blue cards, but also some yellow cards, so it might have been some other issues. Alright, here's Dennis on the black platform. He had a very good showing on bench press, a little hiccup on squat.
We have Taryn on platform blue.
And really an excellent conventional pull.
Solid second attempt from Taryn. Oh,
And that's 2.5 over
she
her.
lost to red.
Okay.
So probably.
Well, she'll be able to come back, I think, for her third attempt.
It's not a significant change to me
Yeah.
for her third. We have Philip coming up.
And I think a big thing to note is that from the front view, a pole might look okay, but when you get it from the side, you can see a lot more of the shoulder, a lot more of
Yes.
the hips, and sometimes what looks good from the front can be a little deceiving.
Yes.
But it's never too much to ask to try to get the shoulders back a little bit more sometimes. So it's very correctable.
Good fight from Elizabeth
Yes, it was a good pull.
and 30 white lights.
All right. So we have Andy coming back now on the black platform. I believe he had a bit of issue with some stability at the top, a little bit of windmilling it looked like almost.
He's only taking a 2.5 kilo jump.
Which is, I think, very smart. You know, they want to make sure that there's none of those technical
Yes.
issues before they get going and try to put a little bit more weight on the bar.
Shayla,
A little stick on the thighs.
top.
We'll see what the referee. Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of issues with lockout for both lifters.
Ogden is taking 200. Rebecca's actually jumping up to 160.
And you know, I really do admire the confidence. Sometimes there are just little things that do happen on an opener, and it's something where you can make the correction. And if you have certain plans,
Yes.
I think from the perspective that I can see, it looked pretty good.
Fine.
And it looks, and it went,
she
it was
got-
good.
She got the lift. Let's see. what Ogden does. Unfortunately. Ooh,
Oh,
looks
I
like
hopefully he's all right. He may have injured himself on that pole.
we have Brittany Smith coming up.
It's very unfortunate. Ogden was having a really good day. Hopefully he's okay. They can have him checked out and make sure he's safe, ready, good to go.
Solid
Yeah.
second from Brittany.
Yes, very nice.
Very convincing walkout.
And you know, with the situations on the black platform, especially when you come to deadlifts, sometimes the dehydration can set in just from being in such a long day.
That is true.
You can have some cramping issues if there was any weight cutting. Deadlift really is the most unpredictable of the three in terms of what could happen.
We have Nikki on platform blue and Chris on platform black.
Moving on down the line now to Chris. Who's second time running that 210 kilos.
Solid second
Yep.
attempt. And then Chris
Your second time raising that 210.
is taking 210 for a second.
Chris, look alive and looking large and
Good solid second attempt.
lights.
Leanne is
With
taking
190. She just has such
so efficient.
really pleasant technique to watch.
Yes.
I mean, that was a great pull.
Anthony Lynn on platform blue. Nice,
Yep.
solid, speedy second. Jessica on platform blue. A little bit of a sticking point, but I thought that was a good one.
Yep,
Yes.
very
it
good
is.
second attempt.
And Lucas on platform
Now
black.
that is taking
Wow.
the slack out of the bar for Lucas. That was
a
very nice.
Fast second attempt.
again, I'm going to be very curious to see how much they jump to Lucas's third, because on bench, I think that there was a little bit of room to go, and now he's only got one left today. So I think that if you want to kind of
Yeah.
empty the tanks, that's the one to go for it.
Maria with a huge 200 kilo deadlift. And Nigel with a 230 deadlift.
She has a very nice conventional pull.
Yes.
She had an excellent bench press as well. Beautiful technique.
Yes. She's also one of those lifters that has impeccable form on
Yeah.
multiple lifts.
That's a good fight from Nigel. Let's see how Kristen does with this third.
But I think she's got it.
Yeah.
Great job from Dennis. Unfortunately, it looks like there's some upper generation. I'm not too sure. But unfortunately, she did not get her third.
So this looks like Emily will be attempting a 5 kilo meat PR on deadlifts with this third.
And then Philip is coming up.
And Philip, this would be 15 kilos over his last meet performance.
Solid. Great attempt from Emily.
And a good lift for Emily. Oh, it looks like it was just a little bit of a grip issue. But it was a good effort. He blasted it right off the floor.
Alyssa is going up to 140 kilograms. Let's see. I thought her second looked very solid, so
Yeah.
confidence that she'll get this lift. Oh, there she goes. A little bit of a
Alyssa, is very aggressive off the floor. And sometimes I think that can be come to be a little bit of a detriment for the lifter, just because they don't have quite the position you'd like to, and that can make it a little more difficult with the lockout. And it seems like that's what the judges are having some issues with. But otherwise, I thought it was a very strong pull. There's a very minor corrections to be made, and then
yes.
just come back for a PR in the next meet.
It seems like Ogden is timing his attempt out, and I wonder if he did get injured.
I think that he may have been injured, and I hope that he's able to recover quickly, get back in the gym, get back to competing, because he did have a fantastic day. And really, his squat and his bench press, the small things you could see him doing imply that he has really focused in on his technique and is very, and impressive as a lifter.
Yes, especially as a team one.
Yes. That's when you got to set the foundation to become, a elite lifter in the future.
Also, Shayla is taking her third, repeating herself.
There might have a bit of an issue with shelving. We'll see what the referees have to say.
Miles is fighting.
It's a fight.
Yes.
But we'll see.
3 white lights.
And I think the interesting with Miles is you saw from the opener where it was this blast out the floor to the third that the deadlift, especially with sumo, is so important to get into a really good position because when the fight comes, the margin of error, the ability to grind is very small.
I agree.
So if you're going to get into that rough spot, you got to make sure that you're as dialed in as Miles was right there.
We have Elizabeth on platform blue and Anthony on platform black. Elizabeth is putting up a good fight. Whoa.
It was a very, very good effort. And if you're
On
going to
both
really empty the
platforms.
tanks, it's got to be on
Yes.
that third deadlift.
To help me commentate this contest here.
We have Rebecca on platform blue and Chris on platform black.
This pull for Chris would be a 15 kilo PR pull.
Yes.
All right, Chris, you got 225.
That was a smooth pull for Rebecca.
And it looks like he's got it.
Looks like he's got it. Good pull for
He
Chris
does
as
a
well.
very good job of preventing, you know, any windmilling, anything like that with a mixed grip. All right, let's see. So for Lucas, it looks like this is 17.5 kilos over his previous competition pull. His second was extremely smooth, lightning fast.
VK is taking 180 kilograms for her third. Very fast off of the floor.
I think Lucas just has very, very superb technique. I like that he hasn't, you know, put his toes to the plates and anything like that. It looks like he's really taken his time to figure out the best stance for him. His technique is on point. I think that he just got to keep going and see how high he can take that deadlift because it's a beautiful pull.
Nigel is on platform black, and Brittany is taking 182.5 on platform blue.
So Nigel has matched his comp best on his second.
And Brittany had an amazing, beautiful pull.
What? Yes.
Green, white, whites.
You know, it was a very good fight for Nigel.
Leanne is on platform blue, and Dennis is on platform black.
This will also be a 2.5 kilo comp PB for Leanne. It appears it was just a bit too much, but with a day like she's had, you can't really complain about the third deadlift having a bit of a hit.
Yes, also a solid pull from Dennis.
I gotta tell you, go back to
And we're starting a new flight on platform black, and on platform blue we have Maria coming up for her third deadlift at a whopping 205 kilograms.
It looks like this will match her best comp pull if she's successful with this
Wow,
lift.
that is beautiful.
Yep. I think she has some room to
She
go.
definitely had room in the tank. Jessica
It looks like
is
something's happened on the black platform with Henry.
looks like Jessica is
He's
also
got 45 seconds to go.
attempting the same weight, 205 kilograms. Which is very impressive.
This is a 10 kilo jump from her second. This will be a 10 kilo comp PB. It looks like just a bit too much. But you know, it's always tough to make those calls, especially on the third pull. You don't know how tired you are. You don't know, you know, how it's gonna feel. Sometimes it's just not there. Sometimes you only have one big pull a day. The opener was pretty easy. The second was some work, and that was the big pull that you had.
Yes, exactly.
All right. I'm not sure what's going on with Henry. He might have to time out his opener.
And looks like he unfortunately did time out his opener. So now we have Matthew Wong coming out for his opener at 200 pounds.
So he's open pretty close to his comp PB. This is 5 under, and
Wow.
it's
That
just
was
smooth. So I don't think that his comp PB is gonna stay static today, given the way that one went.
Cedric is also taking 200 kilos as well.
So it looks like this will be 7.5 over Cedric's last comp PB. So he's already off to a good start with deadlift. A little bit of work.
But still, I think it's a
Yeah.
yes. Up next is Garrick Chang. And he's opening with 217.5.
This is another opener that's above previous comp PB.
This is impressive.
Yeah.
The rate of progress that these, people
I think it's always.
have.
It looks like we have a Team Sweden singlet in the background. Oh, that's an excellent opener.
Yep. Alright, so Henry Lay is coming up.
Mr. Worldwide with the colorful assortment of international team singlets.
As we saw New Zealand on squats, Great Britain on bench, and now Sweden on.
I have to have a conversation with him to figure out where he's getting all of these singlets. Wow.
He also seems like he holds it pretty low on his hands as well.
Yeah. So I think that the fingertip mixed grip is really. It's a tough one. It's like gripping on the smooth with sumo or with a hook grip. I think that it's advantageous sometimes, but then you also give yourself no margin of error when if the grip starts to go.
Kevin with a 225 opener. Smooth.
Yes.
And Alexander opening with the same weight as well.
Yep. Beautiful slack taken. And it has to be said that that's not as easy to do with a mixed grip as it is with a hook grip. You know, so you gotta give even more credit, in my opinion.
I agree.
But it's stuff that doesn't come overnight. I mean, these lifters have really had to work to develop this kind of skill.
Here we have Dylan coming up.
Another just beautiful
Yes.
opening pull.
Gareth Khan coming up with a 272.5 opener.
And I'm excited to see his setup. I thought his squat was beautiful. I think that his bench was also extremely technically sound. So it always excites me to kind of wonder how the. Yep, and again, a very, very nice setup. A little bit of shakes at the top, but you know what?
You got 3 white lights.
3 white lights, and it's never easy to kind of make those calls.
Tyler opening up with a whopping 297.5.
Dude is underneath the age of 23. He's pulled 655 as an opener. Not even 23 years of age. Stern look on the face of Stadio.
Very
Yeah, that
quick.
was a very fast opener.
This is also above his comp max.
Yes, I believe so.
Right. We have Henry Yu back up on the top of the flight. He timed out of his first attempt, but we'll see how he does with 185 for his second attempt.
I'm curious what happened with his opener. I know he timed out, so hopefully the issue's been resolved for this second attempt. Yeah, and it's fine. It's good to go. No issues.
No issues at all. Wait, sorry.
All right, so we have Cedric here with 210. Every one of these lifts is going to be technically a comp PB for him, so we'll see how far he ends up taking it.
A little bit of a sticking point.
Yeah, but good to go.
And next up is Matthew Wong.
Yep. So this would be the 7.5 over comp PB. The opener was no work almost, so this should be
Yes.
good to go for him. But we'll see.
Wow, that was smooth. Next up is Eric Chang with 227.5 for his second.
Very nice second.
Solid second. Next is Henry Lee. Coming up for 230 on his second attempt.
Looks like this will be 12 and a half over his previous comp PB.
Which is impressive.
Yes.
I also really appreciate, how much effort the spotters and loaders are taking in terms of
Yep.
cleaning up the bar. because I know a bunch of chalk and baby powder can get on the bar. Very, very smooth second attempt.
Yes.
Then next we have Alexander coming up with a 2:35 second attempt. Taking this out. It was
A
sticky,
good
but
set.
it was still
Yep.
pretty smooth. Next we have Kevin. Oh,
This is a
taking-
bit under his personal best, so we'll see if this sets him up for a big third. His opener was pretty smooth, so
that
yeah,
looked
and
really
no
smooth.
problem.
Alright. Next we have Dylan taking 272.5.
Yep, it looks like the next 3 pulls in this
Yes.
flight are all gonna be, well, one's gonna be a hair over 700.
Wow. Although this would be considered a big jump from his opener, right? Or
Yeah, I think it depends on the lifter. I know for myself, these are the kind of jumps that I like to make, usually 60 to 70 pound, 30 plus kilo jumps. But it really depends on comfort.
well, that
Yeah,
was
and I think
fast,
that it was
yeah.
the right call. I think it gave him some room to go.
Yes. Next we have Dareth Khan taking 282.5 for his second.
Looks like it was just a bit too much, and that can be
Although,
one of the
yes.
problems you run into.
Tyler is loading up 320 kilos, and this is in pounds about 705.
Yeah, about 705. This is a very, very big pull.
Yes. If he gets this, this is a huge pull.
Yeah, this will be 30 kilos over his comp PB.
Oh,
I hope he didn't put that down on his toe.
yeah. He looks like he's fine.
If I was his handler right now, I would go to the spotters loaders and ask them not to apply the spray that they have there on the sides of the bar. I'm not sure if that's causing him any issues, but if he's one of the lifters that, like my situation, I'm very finicky with my chalk, my hook grip, and everything like that, you would never want to have an extra variable with a potential
Yes.
of a chemical, because every little ounce can count. Because I think he has it. The
Yes,
way
I
that
agree.
left the floor, I am very convinced. But it's always a tough call.
Yes.
It may have taken a bit of wind out of the sails. I'm very, very excited to see how his third pull
I
goes.
agree.
But again, I don't know what the cleaning agent is. You know, I am sure that it's not going to cause any issue, but from a psychological standpoint, it could be worrisome.
We're back on the top of the flight with Henry Yu taking 195 for his third.
Yeah, it seems his opener he just timed
Timed
out,
out, yeah.
but he had no issues with his second attempt, and
obviously
clearly
no
no
issues.
issues with his third attempt. And it looks like that was a 7.5 kilo PR for him, so you can't go any better than that.
That's true.
I guess it's one of those cases. It doesn't matter how you start out; it just matters how you end up finishing. Cedric has been having an amazing day on deadlift thus far. Every single attempt has been a competition PR. He had a comp PR on his bench. He had a comp PR on his squat.
Yes.
I think, honestly, he gets this 8 for 9. You're riding off into the sunset happy. Just a bit too, but again, he had such a fantastic day. Every deadlift up to this point was a competition PR. I think that it was excellent, and it's always good to go out with a fight.
I agree.
All right.
We have Matthew Wong.
I think this, if he gets this, this will be all he needs to mend the broken spirits he referenced in his lifter bio.
That was smooth.
That's just an excellent third attempt. Perfect pick. So this looks like another pretty sizable 17.5 kilo comp PB if he gets this third attempt. So let's hope Garrick has it.
Can you hear the crowd chanting his name?
Yeah, he's got a lot of people out here cheering for him. He looks very calm, very composed. I think sometimes it's a really good sign.
Oh, looks like he's got it.
Yup. Beautiful. I think just over this entire afternoon session, evening session, the deadlift technique across the board has just been phenomenal.
Yes.
It's really just so nice to see so many lifters with such different styles, all lifting with such great technique.
Yes, and now we got Mr. Sweden, Henry Litt.
He truly brought the international energy to
Really
regionals with all of these things.
And 3 white lights for Henry.
And I mean, that, you know, on top of that, he's just had really, really excellent technique on every lift the whole day going forward.
Yes.
I mean, there's some question marks about the one turned in upright, the one straight up upright, but other than that, an excellent day of lifting.
Okay, we have Alexander taking 245 kilograms. Unfortunately.
It might have just been a little bit too much. He got so close to putting himself into that position where I think he would have just snapped and got it right through. And sometimes, you know, it happens on the day, but he had a great day overall, regardless. So this will be 7.5 kilos over Kevin's previous comp PB. His second attempt flew.
Yes.
Just in general, his whole 8 for 8 today. I think every lift has been a competition PR. I hope for him he goes out of this thing 9 for 9.
I do too.
Oh
and
yeah.
It looks like he will.
Not a problem. I think he had more.
And he looks very
Oh, yeah.
happy.
You know what? That being said, at this next meet, he can go for an even bigger pin. I love the belt throw. All right. This is a big pull.
Yes, Dylan taking 282.5 kilos.
All right, Dylan. The bar is ready.
I think.
This is 17.5 kilo comp PB pull. He's gone 8 for 8 so far. His second, I thought, looked super smooth.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And the third is no different. Beautiful.
Very strong. All right.
And I really do appreciate that display sportsmanship, going around shaking the hands
Yes.
of all the referees.
Right. Now we got the final pull of the day.
So to me, it looks like they did not use any of the spray agent. It looks like this was all
Yes.
wire brush rag. Just from a confidence perspective, that's kind of what I like.
Yes.
You can see he's checking it.
Yes.
Tyler's making sure that everything is perfect.
Yep.
Because when you're getting to weights like this in these classes, everything really does need to be perfect.
Yes.
His 297.5 flew.
Yes.
He definitely has the strength for 320. It was a very good effort. I think that the second attempt, sometimes just the slightest
Yes.
thing can be off. You get a little tired. It does take a lot out of you when you're this strong, lifting this much.
Yes.
I don't think he has anything he should be unhappy with. That was a fantastic performance he
That
had overall
was a
today. He
fantastic-
cleared the day with a 504 dots.
Wow.
You can't do any better than
You really
it's
can't.
really an excellent day for him. I think
Yes.
PRs, comp PRs in every single lift. So
The fact that we're getting 500 dots,
yes.
performances at our regionals is really telling something about the trajectory of the sport itself.
Yeah, I think every year it's just going to keep going up.
Yes.
And I mean,
It's an exciting change.
we're seeing a four times bodyweight deadlifts, multiple classes
Yes.
to close out the session today. I just really extraordinary. But just across the board, I think in general, there was fantastic attempt selection,
Yes.
really, really, mature attempt selection,
For
in my
sure.
opinion.
I
Lots
agree.
of 9 for 9 days.
Yes.
Very few, bombing out, anything like that. I think that the technique on display on all three lifts was very, very good. It was a great bit of
Yes.
lifting.
Definitely.
All right, and that'll be